channels. Either I'm way late, way early, or something. I don't know. No. This morning I had a few things I wanted to go do, and I did them, and now it's, about 1 o'clock here. And so I decided, I can do a stream here. I don't know who's going to show up to it because they are not maybe used to me starting at this time, but I figure, well, hey, just do this unplanned. And I didn't know what I was going to get back from to be able to reliably say I was going to be streaming today, because it could have been all day. Could have been. All right. Well, it's December 13th, 1939, and within the game. And hello, Soul the Civ guy. How you doing? Well, I just got home a few minutes ago, had lunch, and now we're going to be playing some Hearts of Iron and talking about things. As those who've watched some of my content here, I'm sure they know, World War II fascinates me. I mean that in just about every conceivable way. And just about every aspect fascinates me. Some of it's more in depth than others, for sure. And that's from the minutia, how a particular gun works or tank works or whatever, to the big, broad overviews of the war. Now, some of the questions here are, I really like Hearts of Iron as one of the games that you can delve into. It is World War II avoidable? Does it need to happen? I don't think war currently with humanity is unavoidable. Because, and this is where, and I get part of it is the reaction primarily to World War I, that we have the pacifist movement. I know there's like the Quakers and some other religious groups are pacifists, but even they, I think, are deluding themselves. And hello, stoic ambulation, I guess that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. Good to have you here. How they can, how you can justify pacifism, even like I say, the Quakers or somebody else, because as demonstrated during World War II, if you're going to be pacifist about things, they'll just walk you into a death camp and kill you, and what's the purpose of that? How does that serve any cause, including self-preservation? I'm not just talking about like a religious cause or a national cause, just sort of self-preservation. How does that solve anything? So I hate pacifism. I hate it with a burning passion because it is dangerous. Now we can look at, if you will, of the game of World War II and World War I. One of the winners of the game, is Switzerland. Okay, they're a clear winner of World War I and World War II. Virtually no losses. All territory intact. Country basically untouched. They won the game. And you can say they won the game by not playing. And that sort of goes to the movie War Games, where the way to win global thermal nuclear war is not playing. Well, in the sense of not launching all your missiles at the opponent in a hopefully effective manner, yeah, not playing in that sense, you're absolutely right. But Switzerland did play World War II, meaning they were a participating country in the events of the world. Because we can look at some nation like, maybe a good one would be Norway. They just wanted to be left alone. They didn't have any goals, any objectives other than don't bother us. Stay away from us. And they failed in that. Failed miserably. They got conquered, and there was no practical way of um, of them getting free. We could even argue they're not free to this day. They are one way or another in the legacy Allied camp of America, however you want to call it that. Had they been like Switzerland, hello, Adam Mule or Owls, Owls, Mules. Okay. I use names without breaks in them. Really, throw me a bit. Okay. And so because geographically, hell, they've got a very very defensible place. Oh, certain areas, if you're coming like from Sweden, you can easily move in and take Oslo. That's easy peasy. But it's a it ain't the Netherlands that you can just sort of roll over by the time you get into the mid 20th century, because their old fortifications are they might have been very effective in the 18th century Napoleonic wars or kind of thing, but in modern sense, you can roll over them. They're just speed bumps. But you've got all of this position. Now, there wasn't a whole lot of value to either side of what Norway did, but their position was effective, particularly either in bottling up Germany or allowing Germany to be able to, um, get out to the sea, and communications through Narvik to the Swedish ore that's up here that you can get out year round at Narvik, but you can't down here. So during summer, whatever that may mean, you can transport the steel that's the ore / steel that's made to other places. During winter, you could only get it out through Narvik, and even that was a bit of a struggle, keep the railways open from the snow. So so they got dragged into World War II. They didn't into World War I, but into World War II. But had they had a near universal male army that was well trained, I think the Swiss army was reasonably well trained, that showed that a national morale, that showed that, hey, they're willing to fight, I don't think Germany would have invaded them. So I know this is all theoretical and all, but I think it's important to understand what's going on and why you can't just opt out of things. Okay, so getting ready for the war. I think we will build this. There, get some radar happening. Okay, reassert eastern claims. Let's just let this go a bit. Does that open up sort of radio propaganda? Front war support is 95%, so we probably don't need that right now. Be an event that allows us to get. Thinking a bit too fast. Okay. Memel. Lithuania folds. And this is sort of like when I say sometimes you can't opt out of things. So that got us 2 more civilian factories. White Death. Here, okay, so sort of because it had been 11. Maybe these are still sort of considered damaged. I don't know. They've taken them. Yes, huzzah. So you're a meta guy in this campaign, in this game? I don't know. I'm definitely generally historical player. I'm not allying with Italy in this playthrough. I am trying to get to here, and I don't yet have a big enough army. Okay, support coup in Liechtenstein. Let's see about that army thing here. Okay, how are we doing for cars? We're building those up. Got some anti-aircraft guns. We are, I think, somewhat negative. We have 0 reserves of anti-tank guns. Infantry equipment. Okay, we've got a lot. So artillery, we got 5,000. So we're doing okay on a lot of things. But we need a bigger army, so we're going to add a unit here. Add a unit here. Trucks 90. Just looking here. Holy NATO symbols, your eyes. Well, I'm an old war gamer, so these are things naturally for me to read. I read them. I say just naturally. I don't even have to think about them. The things that are tough are the German signals or symbols. The Germans use different symbols, not what we come to know as NATO, but they you can look back to World War I and not maybe so much armor because that was sort of hardly a thing, but the cavalry symbol, the infantry symbol, the artillery symbol, they were already being used in World War I. So we've got some artillery here. Thinking about adding that. Okay, and I'm trying to see additional manpower. We have 3 million available. Additional infantry equipment. We have plenty. Additional trucks needed to fill this. Because that'll get us Just 7,000 more manpower, but make the division a little better. Don't think so now we can do some of this here. Let's look over here. Signal, maybe just do signal company. Build radios. You ever try Axis and Allies? Well, I played Axis and Allies when it first came out. So yeah, I mean, like as a board game. Yeah, and I do have Axis and Allies Online, like 1942 or whatever that game, and I played that some too. I've done that as well. Okay, so right now we're sort of kind of starting building up some. That'll get built fairly quickly. I want to get to here. I'm trying to get to there. Also want to get here, but we don't have enough men. And I want to get here before I get to here. He's now. Maybe. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll get a few more generals there. What you got into Way 4? Yes. Well, back in the day, as in, well, honestly, starting in the late 1970s, I started to play war games, which included HO and then later micro armor on a three-dimensional tables. One was on a sand table, and weren't mine. I was rather young at the time. One was with other terrain kind of stuff on it. And one of the board games I got into was Decline and Fall or Rise and Fall or whatever of the Third Reich, just shortened to Third Reich, from Avalon Hill. So that's what got me into all of this. Way, way, way back. Literally in the 70s. So I'm old. I'm old. Let's see about some. I think you're sort of central. We'll go with these MIFO bills. Okay, so I don't know. Are we? I'm just checking these to see. Uplift Rosenberg office, Molotov. Um, This would have been good to do earlier in the game. Still learning some of this because before starting this playthrough, I hadn't played Hoi 4 for over 2 years. That would keep him from doing his infamous flight. Optimizing Reich service. Either one could get me that. Labor Service Initiative decisions. These are sort of mutually exclusive once we get down here. Hey, Eric. How you doing? And Lum? And Arno's here. Good. Just looked up and saw. Well, I told everybody in the Discord server that today's stream was canceled, and because I had something to go do, and I went and did it, and I got back here, and it was still, I felt like streaming, so didn't know who was going to show up, but I didn't know when I was getting back. So I didn't want to, set a time and have to rush. Sometimes soonish, doesn't have to be today, Eric, but sometimes soonish, some auction thing I don't want to go into online or, while streaming, that may be of interest to you. So just sometime soon. Nothing that's going to really happen in a few days. So it's not like any rush. You might be interested. Okay, well, we could do the fate of Czechoslovakia. Okay, let's do that. 70 days. Yeah, it's just a couple of book things you might be interested in. Okay, they're dominating the Dutch trade, so they've now moved up. Let's counter that. Just, don't want to do it online because then that may get one of the viewers may find out, oh my God, there's that opportunity. No, probably not, but you never know. Okay, so we've got 2 divisions here. I don't know if that will be enough to hold. I think they can get straight from there to that. So let's, and this is von Bock or whatever. I know who these people are. We'll move here so that we hold here. Okay. Yeah. We may split this up into more commands. I really wish they would add in some more. Oh, wait a minute. Is this? No, okay, no, this is getting up to List here. This is List, right? Yes, Wilhelm List. These colors aren't. I wish they, I know you can go in and do custom colors, but I think they should have got a better color palette. A little less modern, a little bit more military period, whatnot. And watching gamer play Ho Force still as annoying as ever. Well, yeah, I know it's annoying. You know, I know it's annoying. If it wasn't annoying, I'd have lots of viewers, but Hello, Vivo123. How you doing? Um, what army is he part of? He's part of Wilhelm von Ritter, the von Ritter army, whatever. Okay, which is this, right? Because this is Heinrich, which is. So let's do this. Let's give him this and move him here and move him here. This here. There. We have the border here mostly lined. Hey, Ari, good to see you. It's been a little while. Not for the gameplay, but for the experienced lum, you should know this. Yes. Been thinking if I should get this game or not. Well, I had a commenter a few weeks ago on one of the streams, and just it's to him it's still too arcadey. I would say that this is no longer an arcadey game. Yeah, it has 3D or pseudo 3D graphics of the terrain. It has big giant people marching around instead of the more traditional square counters only on the map. So it has, but there's a lot more depth to this game, and like I'm trying to relearn the game in this current version because we can look. There's this research, and then there's it's experimental facilities, and this is the first time I've been playing with experimental facilities as part of the game. So there's still a lot of this to learn, and if you're a person who doesn't want to play a game a few times to learn it, just to learn how to really play it, this is not the game for you. If you read it here because I'm trying to get coverage more into the Baltic. If you're willing to put in the effort, I don't mean just learn how to, and yes, at some level learn just, what buttons to push, as it were. But at another level, really learn to play the game. It's going to take some effort. So you've got to at least want to do that. If you have a passion for World War II and want to war game it on a grand scale, not on a tactical scale, yeah, we could do this. You could do this quite well. I think this is one of the top 5 options to play World War II at the grand scale currently available. One of the top 5, I would still put it as Hearts of Iron 3, especially with the Black Ice mod, though I haven't played that in like 3 years. What was I looking to build? What equipment did I think I might not have enough of? Units. I think just maybe more anti-tank guns. Okay, we have 3 extra tungsten. So use 2 of them to get that. Okay. Still not using front lines or any as its incredible amount of micro he's just to sustain the front lines. Yeah. How am I a traitor? Who says you're a traitor, Harry? Looking back up the. Arno says area the trader. Okay, I don't know why Arno's saying that. Because Arno's just being a, ass, I guess. You should Equestrians at War again. Oh, you should really play Equestrians at War again. Still best mod ever. Ignored the ponies, and it's absolutely amazing. Yes, Slum likes my playing of Equestrians at War. I still vaguely remember playing that. Okay, excavation. So that will help with getting more resources out of the ground and processed, etc. Okay, we're at 39. We're not doing naval stuff. Okay, fortify the Ventland. Okay, maximum land fortifications. All right, we'll do that. Yes, yes. If you want to, and it's been years, but if you want to see me play that, you can dig up old videos on the channel of me playing it. Okay, a white piece. Well, they did sort of take that from them. Not out here, though. Don't know if they're just not. These are a few things I don't. Let me just take a drink here. I don't like about this game. Some of the stuff is just, I would say, sloppy. Could be poor programming, sloppily made. I don't know what the hell they're thinking. I really don't. And I say this because, again, and I know they've changed the lead developer. Well, the lead developer changed, which I knew both former lead developers. I'm just on an online exchange message way, nothing more than that. I don't want to try to overstate my knowledge, but Johan, one of the big developers within Paradox, and which he was the guy who was heading up this project, and then the sort of second guy in the project, becomes the lead. Podcat is his screen name. Just again, messaging is part of, I was, again, full disclosure, I was part of the, the closed beta for developing of this. They're both gone. And back in their days, when they, particularly the original guy, they were just trying to build the framework for this. But now that they've sort of released, well, not sort of, now that they've released like this new, supposedly well thought out, and I just mean supposedly well thought out, national focus tree. This is so stupid here. It's incredibly stupid. When the Soviet Union grabs these up, we should get an opportunity. Do you want to declare war on the Soviet Union to defend the Baltic states? And similarly, if we wanted to defend Finland, because the only reason the Soviets grabbed up the original Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact put Finland, Estonia, and Latvia, and what's this, Bessarabia down here, and about sort of like this of Poland in the Soviet sphere. Okay, that's how it was put. Including an agreement with the Soviets that they could evacuate ethnic Germans from up here. So there was a program set up to evacuate the ethnic Germans from Estonia and Latvia. Notice I've not mentioned Lithuania. Lithuania was clearly in the German sphere of influence. according to the Ribbentrop-Molotov pact. Pact. What happens, because it's just like, what, 2 weeks or so after the pact was signed, Germany invades Poland. Russia waits about another week. Well, Germany does so well, it grabs up all of this river this side. What is this, the Vistula or something? I don't remember the river's name. Grabs up all of this over here, much more than was originally planned. And they want to keep it. So they do a deal with the Soviets to keep this and turn Lithuania over to their sphere of influence. So this would not have happened. And this, I was saying it, oh boy, he's complaining about the game again instead of playing it. Yes, of course I am. I mean, why do you think I play it, Lum? You think I play it because I want to play it? No, I play it because I can get to complain about it. Come on, get your priorities straight. So, the reality of the situation, is World War II necessary? Well, there are certain trajectories going on. Hitler was very, very willing to back down if he saw aggressive actions from the Allies. When he remilitarizes the Rhineland, this side of the river, over here, he gives explicit orders that if those troops encounter any French units, military units, they are to fall back without fighting, maybe entirely out of the Rhineland. So he does not want to do that. He wants, and then later, in 38, now this happens at the beginning or near the first few months of 36, he wants a war with Czechoslovakia. He wants it badly. He's watched the Italian war against Abyssinia, and so, man, we need a good training war. How good is the military instruments that we've been developing? I say instruments because, the Luftwaffe, the army, and you can divide down the army into, sort of the regular army and the Panzer Corps. Is it all that it's cracked up to be? All of that kind of stuff. Then, of course, there's the Navy. But he wants to know. And so he gets, and his big concern over Czechoslovakia is he does not want to go to war with the French. He knows in 1939 or 8, he's not ready for the war with the French. But he wants a war with Czechoslovakia to see how good, because Czechoslovakia has a very significant arms industry. And, one of the reasons you buy guns is to shoot them, of course. But one of the reasons is you get to tell everybody you own them. Well, I've recently got, and it's over here in my laundry room right now, a ZB-26 Czech light machine gun made before World War II. So I got that. That's really cool. Do you know anybody with a barrel? I need a barrel. I really need a barrel for it. I have, when I got it, I've got the two big sections of the barrel that have like the carry handle on it and the flash hider and the gas block. So if I just have a barrel, I can get those pulled off and put on it. And then the guy I got it from, I think it was him, they 3D printed sections of the barrel that are, no hollow point parts through it, just the outside, to put it together so it looks sort of kind of right. But I need a barrel. I want a barrel for it. So now if you get it, I can't shoot it. Not yet. But I want to. So I got a ZB-26. And if you don't know what that is right offhand, it's the precursor of the foundation, and they go through several models from that, to what becomes the Bren gun. So it looks sort of like a Bren gun. Imagine having barrels that are not filled with beer. Ah, yes. Wow. When I was looking up barrels, and whatnot. One of the things Google was offering me, barrels of beer. No, it doesn't. Didn't quite get that. I was looking to see if anybody had any for sale. But yeah, so Czechoslovakia, is a well-armed nation. It's well-equipped nation. It has a fairly large army because it realizes that it's in a dangerous neighborhood, and it gets a treaty with France that if Czechoslovakia is attacked, France will, and it's obviously pointed at Germany, France will enter the war. Well, Hitler negotiates that around just to get what we've done here is the Sudetenland, partially based or heavily based on weakness of the French and the British, partially to be able to justify it to their population. That's the German parts. They're just getting the German parts. You should get some. I don't drink beer, so I don't need barrels of beer. Now, okay, so you have to look at what are the goals and objectives of going to war, or what are you trying to do, right? So after 1938, when the Munich conference ends, Hitler is wrongly, very wrongly, but no longer afraid of France and Britain. He believes, again, very wrongly, that they will not go to war unless they are directly attacked. Now, quite probably he believes that, like, if you directly attack France, Britain will realize it needs to go to war. But he thinks they're weak democracies. Why not? I'll give you a very real answer, Lum. I am afraid of addiction. I believe I have an addictive personality, hence why I know so much about World War II, because I'm addicted to studying it. But and not necessarily an addiction to like alcohol or something, but just an addictive personality. And I'm afraid that I couldn't just casually drink some beer. If I thought I could, I might. But I'm afraid, literally afraid, of becoming addicted, so I don't drink alcohol. So you got a very honest answer to maybe a joking question, but that is why I don't drink alcohol. Imagine being addicted, right? So yes, I don't have any objections to people drinking alcohol. I'm not somebody who's like trying to crusade, you should give up that sinful alcohol or some bullshit like that. No, you do you. I only object to like drunken drivers and those kind of situations. And I object to that highly. But just that you're getting drunk peaceably, no problem with that. So, okay, objectives. So Hitler wants this training war. That's what Hitler wants. Hitler is now, like I say, no longer afraid of France and Britain, but he's still very, very afraid of the Soviet Union. And what did Adam say? True, safe decision. Sometimes that kind of addictive personality can be generic distribution and can run in the family. Yes, and there is some family history. One relative who I never met, I was informed he had both an addiction to alcohol and to gambling. Well, I can go play, I haven't in years, but like go to Las Vegas and play some blackjack or whatever. And yeah, I'll end up maybe over the weekend or something, spend $60, $100, lose $60, $100 more than I sort of said I would before going in. But it's not like it's a, real addiction. It's just like, oh yeah, I just, end up betting a bit more than I intend to, like, like let's say my limit is $200. I might go $260, $300 or something if I'm having a losing streak or something, but it's not like a real addiction. So I can do that. I can take or leave the gambling kind of thing. I'm not addicted to that, but I do have family. That's partially what scared me. So I just fear is but a weakness, conquer it and become drunk, gambling addict, doing every drug you can. Yeah, I know, Lum, you're just joking, of course, but yes, like Lum, that's how the economy works. Well, sort of. So back to the historical topic. And I don't know if you guys can see some of these parallels of the lead up to World War II and what's going on and has been going on today. That certain countries determine that they don't fear certain things, and so that ends up causing a war when you didn't need to have a war. So Hitler wants his war. So in early mid, whatever. I'm not great with dates, people. I'm sequence of events, sure, but dates. But in 38, he gets the Sudetenland. And like I say, he's worried. He's very worried about the Soviet Union. So early 39, it's looking like this. Hitler invades Czechoslovakia. Now he gets the Slovaks, or the main Slovak party, which wants independence. He gets them to declare independence, and what is it, Vaclav, or whatever, the leader of Czechoslovakia, literally, I think, has a heart attack or something in Berlin. He gets him called into him and gets him to capitulate, and they just take over Czechoslovakia. Czechia, Bohemia here, Moravia down here. Slovakia becomes a puppet. This part goes to Hungary. This part had already been taken from Hungary taken from Czechoslovakia for Hungary, and that part is already been taken by Poland. So even Poland is complicit in the starting of World War II. They are not like some, oh, hey, we wanted nothing to do with it, like, say, Denmark or Norway. No, Poland was like, give me mine as well. Instead of like trying to create a bulwark of nations against Germany, it was give me mine. And so he does that. That is when Chamberlain and whoever the French leader was at the time, was it Daladier? I forget. Really understand that Hitler's promises mean nothing. He doesn't just want the Sudetenland. That's what he's telling them. I don't know that there's any transcripts of the Munich conference, and if there is, I haven't read them. Well, I've read people evaluating what was said by him, by the participants afterwards. But as far as I understand, Hitler's saying, I just want I'm reuniting the German people, because he's already grabbed up, Hungary down here. I'm just reuniting the German people. I'm not, gonna do bad things, which now, of course, still might leave this part of the German people here. There's still questions, but just trying to re-get German territory. I have no aggressive plans beyond that. Well, once he takes Czechoslovakia, he signals to the Western Allies that is not the extent of his aggressive desires. And his aggressive desires are only limited by the military force of others. And so Hitler, if you will, shoots himself in the foot. Because, like I say, and the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, and we'll get a little bit more into that maybe a bit later. But that's who he's afraid of. And that's why Stalin feels he can go into these other nations and grab up some other territories, is because Hitler gives him permission. Okay, so let's see. Do we want more radars? Well, yes, but I think enough for now. Let's build some more military factories here. How are we doing for aircraft? Okay, we've got 800 fighters, so that are not part of a air wing currently. Close air support, that's the thing. Okay. That doesn't look like an HS. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 to me. It's like we're gonna Kurt tanks later in the war. Okay, so that will get us better coverage out there. Now, out here in the west. Okay, well, let's throw in another. You know, we don't have a full 100 of these, but I'll make it up with a few of those, and then shortly, probably before the war starts out. Okay. The Soul Civ guy. That's sort of a cool name. Okay, let's come and take a look and see how Japan is doing. Okay, so they've set up the reorganized national government of the Republic of China. They are conquering territories here, which they may eventually turn over to this reorganized puppet state. They've pushed hard on the communists, so hard that the nationalists are in communist territory, trying to help defend it. And non-aggression pact Finland. Okay, we will accept that. We may want Finland to join us in the war eventually with the Soviet Union. Dang, when you think you're going to war? Well, I'm not sure. I'm right now doing the 70 days Czechoslovakia thing. I don't yet have enough size of the army because I waited too long to start building it. Building a lot of equipment, but not actually, training units. And we'll see when we get 850,000 manpower there. And once we get that, then we need 950,000 manpower at least here to get Danziger War. So, like I say, before starting this, and I've only been playing this for a few hours every Saturday, I had not played in over 2 years, and they've changed the game a bunch. So I'm just sort of, having fun relearning it. So I don't know how long it's going to take. Japan doing way better than they ever did in any of my games. Yeah, Japan's doing pretty well. Now, I don't know if it would have been the Chinese Soviet Republic has capitulated. Okay, they've capitulated. Doesn't look like they've entirely capitulated. But maybe soon. Okay. Getting our radars being built there. Okay. We're in 1940, so we could do something like that. They could look around 1940 to Pact 40, which at least I know comes into service much later as a Cool gun. I don't know when it was designed, but right offhand. More technology, which we're already doing a little bit of. Okay, so okay, you got in your army right now. It seems like you got quite a bit of troops to make still. Yeah, like I say, I was mostly just stockpiling equipment and not really building up my army early on. Hey, folk. Use this run the alleys grows. Yeah, oh, I know, folk. I didn't know if I was even going to get this far in this playthrough. This is just sort of a learning playthrough. See what I can do. If I was really serious about it, I would play it. I would run a few games, not streamed either before or while I'm busy doing some of this other stuff. I don't know if I should build anti-aircraft guns or, well, let's build more factories. So yeah, if you think I think I'm going to like do world conquest or something new, I'm just sort of, like I say, learning it, experimenting, contemplating World War II. So part of my delay is not choosing some of the options when I could. Part of my delay is my lack of army. Why not do world conquest? Well, because I don't have that as an objective or goal right now. I'm not going anything down. I'm not planning on going to war with Italy. I want to keep it neutral. That's another lesson from World War II. Not all allies are useful. Had Germany kept Italy neutral, I think it would have helped them a lot. But it's not just up to Germany. I didn't know, Hitler to Germany, however you want to say it. A lot of people look back at the past through current eyes, or knowing the results of things. And that's partially what you should see about Italy, as whether to bring it into the war or not. As nations go, it is not militarily weak, okay? Italy can take Spain. If Italy wanted, say, Spain and Portugal even, to recreate the Roman Empire, if you will, after a fashion. It can take Spain. It can defeat the Republicans. It helps defeat the Republicans, but it can defeat the Republicans and it can defeat the nationalists. It'd be hard to do without a local ally, if you will, but they could do it. Because we can see with Spain, it's where we get the term guerrilla warfare. It's more like guerrilla or whatever. I'm sure even that's a bad pronunciation, which means little war, or something very close to that. So it could be difficult, but they could definitely defeat the standing armies of those nations. So even if you didn't have a civil war and you just invaded, Italy can take it. Now that doesn't mean Italy can defeat Spain. Let's just hypothesize. 1936, 1938, no civil war, going on in Spain, and Italy wants to conquer it. Well, you very well may get somebody like France entering the war. That would be a different matter. But if you're just talking Italy taking Spain, it can do it. It has a much, much bigger navy. It has a much bigger and much more well-developed air force. And, you know, its army is much bigger, better trained. And it could probably take Turkey. It could probably take Greece. Now, I know when Italy invades Greece, they get their butts kicked and the Greeks sort of push into this territory. But that's with the rest of World War II going on. It's not just a, you know, one-on-one, you know, 1v1 kind of war. So Italy is not, you know, weak like Yugoslavia, Romania, Hungary. They're not weak like those. Now, they're not nearly as strong as France or Britain or Germany or the Soviet Union, but they are fairly strong. But nothing from the German perspective, nothing that Italy wants, none of its war goals that it has are really anything that helps Germany. Italy only joins the war as Paris is about to be captured, or as it's being captured, right? I don't know exactly the days, you know, on the calendar, but it's right about there. Because Mussolini knows that the war is nearly won and he just wants to grab up some territory. Particularly, you know, down here in this part of France. Not thinking he's going to get like all of France, but part of that, maybe he might think he's going to get Corsica. And he definitely wants to get Egypt. Those are sort of his war goals. Yes, it does create a second front on the French side, but Germany's already winning. Yes, it does create a, I don't know if it's a second front, but because Britain's not really responsible for a front. It's just helping the, you know, the French out on their, you know, Western front. No, I guess the Eastern front for them, right? But yeah, you know what I mean. And you go, well, this would weaken Britain. Yeah, but again, the war is almost won. And so Mussolini comes in, but they are too weak to take Egypt. And part of it is, of course, the terrain. It's just, you know, the effing desert out here. Oh, I've been ignoring chat. Okay. If you hover over manpower, you can see how much divisions are in the army. Okay. Are we talking here? I think you can just come over here and is one of these numbers here? No, it doesn't look like it. 71 infantry divisions. Yeah, poking around in this. Okay. You can just train him out. Why not? Just keep it neutral, conquer it. Yeah, it's going to be funny. Mussolini, from my understanding, believed the war was going to start 2-3 years later than it did. It definitely hurt them as the army wasn't fully modernized or ready in 1939 for war. Okay, well, you got to remember, it's 1940. It's not 1939. It's, you know, at like June or something, 1940. So that. Yeah, you've never been to a sand area in your life. Okay, top left manpower. Top left manpower. Oh, here. Okay, what's in the army? Because I know, yeah, okay, let's see. Free manpower. I know I got a lot there. Okay, army. Okay, 899,000. So I should be able to, once I get done with this Czechoslovakia thing, I should be able to do this. Well, it's not saying I don't. It's not manpower and divisions. I was thinking that. Okay, in the field, it's, in training. So I have 100,000 in training. So I got to get that 100,000 or a good bulk of them, 50,000 or so, into the army. Okay, into the deployed army. So until you go and be in the sand, Lum, I'm not believing it. Okay, so earlier on I was talking about what Hitler's goals. Hitler's wanting a training war. Hitler's terrified of the Soviet Union, no matter what you want to think. And Hitler has dismissed the Western Allies as being a force that will go to war other than to directly defend themselves. And I know this because I've read parts of contemporaneous diaries, meaning things written at the time that were part of the inner circle of Hitler's power centers, like Goebbels' diaries and whatnot, entries. And obviously translations thereof. I don't read German beyond a few, deciphering a few words and sentences or whatnot. But I've read enough of it, and not including things like Inside the Third Reich by Albert Speer, which is an apologia of himself, if you know the term. And it was written after the war, so obviously, it's how he remembers things / how he wants things to be remembered in dealing with him. But I do think he's correct as part of the stuff that when he's talking to Hitler. Hitler knows that it's a gamble, and he's willing to gamble it, that the Western Allies won't join. Now, he's pretty sure he's right, but obviously he's wrong. But he thinks he's pretty sure that he's right, but he knows it's a gamble. He's afraid of the Soviet Union. That's why the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact happens. This is going to Aries' point. So Hitler gets his war with Poland by having the agreement with the Soviet Union. And then, yes, planning, like, as Aries is saying, 2 to 3 years later. And Hitler's planning on that, too. So that's putting it, 42, 43, because it's September 39. It depends on, where in the calendar and whatnot. That he's hoping to have a few more battleships built, a lot more aircraft built, a lot more tanks built, more modernized artillery, more modernized weapons, just generally speaking, in Germany. Because those, nearly 3+ years, he's really planning on putting military production more and more into high gear. Because they're still in 1939 going, hey, yeah, we like that Panzer II that you're making for us, but hey, do these modifications on it and make us 150, please. Oh, yeah, take 100 days or something to make them or whatever, not like start making Panzer IIs, make them as many as you can until we tell you not to, kind of thing to the country. No, to the company. No, it's like, okay, we're, make a contract, do this, and then we'll drive them around for a while and see what kind of changes we want. Oh, yeah, that Panzer III that we got going. Yeah, get these things sort of, we'll take 200 of those. We'll test them out for a while. They're still in this sort of buying in lots, contract for a particular number of them, done, by, completion date that is partially affected by how quick they can be produced, but it's not. And this is into the early, right up to the start of the war. It's not like, oh, start making these and how many can you make, in a given week, month, whatever, and keep making them until we decide to make a change with them, whether it's a minor change, where the shape of the driver's seat, or change the main gun out, or make thicker armor, or whatever that you might do, significant changes, whether minor or major, just start making them, and then when we tell you to change them. No, they're still in this sort of like feeling out, what do they think they need, make us some with these changes, and that I know specifically about with the tanks, partially because they're new, but I think they're also doing it, and I could look up and whatnot, with aircraft. Now, something like the Mauser, the Karabiner 98 Kurz, which is short. So the Carbine 98 short, because basically it's taking a Gewehr 98, which is, the term for rifle, of 1898 that they used in World War I, and sort of making a, if you will, a universal carbine and giving that to all the troops. That is more or less just make the damn thing, because it's all figured out. It's not, we're not experimenting with that. Oh, they're experimenting in 1939, 1940 with the Kurz round, the short round that becomes, for the Sturmgewehr. Still haven't really got to the gun yet, but they're experimenting with those rounds. They're experimenting a bit with semi-auto rifles. Now, there's experiments going on like in small arms. And they're definitely, at this time, maybe starting to change over. But they're making the MP38. They do change over to the MP40 around this time. I don't know. Not always the year date that you mentioned, like in a type thing, match. And if you also notice on that fact, there are a lot of Type 18s. Type 18 artillery pieces, a bunch of those, a bunch of other weapons Type 18, because they were sort of, as they were being developed in the 20s, and particularly in the early 30s, they were all trying to sort of like, these were just designs that we had in 1918 at the end of World War I, but we hadn't quite put them into production. So, this is when they're still trying to hide the fact. Everybody knows they're not, obeying the Versailles Treaty limits, but they're trying to hide the fact of just how much they're not obeying it. So, so that's why there's a lot of, Type 18 stuff. There's a field piece, a field artillery piece, and then there's a little infantry gun, and there's a Schwer infantry gun, which is heavy infantry gun. But they're all Type 18s and all that stuff. It gets sort of confusing. Like the Americans, for a while, they wanted to make everything M1 because it was the M1 rifle, the M1 carbine, the M1 submachine gun, the M1 helmet, the M1, literally M1 jacket, M1. That gets confusing because hand me the M1. What? Did you want a cup of water or did you want a gun? It's confusing that way. But it was sort of with the renaming because they changed over, if you notice the, uniform and helmet styles that the Americans are changing right about now in 1940. The idea with their naming convention, which is very bad, of course, for the Americans, but is sort of like the date thing for the Germans, but more like this is Model 1. Now we'll eventually get to Model 2 and Model 3 and Model 4 of whatever it is whenever the time is appropriate. The Model 4 jacket someday. But it does sort of get overlapping kind of thing. So yeah, Ari, you're right about the date, and then I did see the quote, I only need a few thousand dead to sit at the peace conference as the man who fought. Absolutely, Ari, you're absolutely right. Fucking desert, basically just a giant sandbox. Yes, I sort of kind of live in one. But in the mountains sort of in one, and yes, I know, that's what I mean. You haven't been to the real sandboxes. Okay, you can also click the army manual on the top right. Okay, well, we saw the stuff. Next to, okay, I actually have been in Saudi Arabia now. Oh, back when I was young, I can't remember. Oh, okay, can't remember. Only sand beaches and that. But beaches are a bit different. I used to live at the beach, so I would say beaches are different than being out here. Hello. Oh boy, I'll just call you Rich. I don't like trying to figure out what numbers mean and letters. Okay, I'm doing very well. Does he plan on attacking or something? Maybe someday. Or is he just play and talk? Just play or just talk mostly. But yes, we do a little bit of playing here. So, I didn't know you had been to Saudi Arabia. You haven't talked about that, but maybe it was so young you don't remember anything really. Important to do, so let's do this. Get better machine guns. Mostly rants about history, but sometimes he plays. Yes. Hello, American monarchist, which I know is Ari over on YouTube. Yes. I don't know. Are you still a monarchist, Ari? Or is that just like gone out of fashion for you? What if you're not interested in hearing me talk about my ideas about history and history stuff, this is not the channel for you. If you just want to see detailed playing and explaining how I'm playing, I do that too, but that isn't why you would watch me. I think I mentioned it plenty of times before, but again, it ain't important since I can't remember this shit. Yeah, well, I don't remember you. Maybe I just don't remember, and you've told me a bunch, and I'm just old and I can't remember things people tell me, but which is possible. Okay. No, we have other plans. We're not care about Yugoslavia. Okay. We'll set up the puppet state. It may not be a good idea, fate of Czechoslovakia, but we'll do the historical thing, which gets me more military factories. We're building 2.5 aircraft a day. Got a lot of these, so you know what I'm going to do here is I'm going to see. You can do Schwer Field Haubützen 18 as opposed to the whatever this they just call it 105 millimeter or Lichfield. Oh yeah, Lightfield Haubitzer 18 towed artillery. So yes, you can again the 18. Everything is 18 here. Their sort of base models are 18. Building those. Hopefully that's enough to supply our armies for a while. We can do some better tanks. Now, let's look at this. Light tank, medium tank, 666 plus. Oh, what a number. And 1,000 of those. Okay. Now, let's come to here. What? Oh. What are we currently equipping here? Okay, light tanks 240. That's supposed to be a heavy battalion. Uh, like I say, it's been quite a while. Serious question for once. What's your favorite mod for Hoi 4? I don't know that I have one at the moment, Lum. I got so frustrated with a lot of the mods that that's what drove me out of playing. So I don't know that I have one. Okay, and what did Rich say? By the way, when you do the fate of Czechoslovakia focus, you can annex the whole Czechoslovakia, whatever it's called in English because I'm German. Yes, I know. Never mind. Yes. Should I have grabbed this up? I don't know. How do I put this? I don't know, and I used to know how much usefulness these are because of various claims, etc., and territorial. But these industries really functioned as a core part of the German production system, including designing new and useful weapon types and everything. So they were really helpful. Not like a lot of the factories that they get in France. France is somewhat helpful in producing things, but they're not out there producing, say, tanks for Germany. They're not either producing French model of tanks, or the tank factories aren't producing, German Panzer IIIs or something like that. But the Czechs, now it's the German decision, but they keep producing the basic the T-35 or the 35. T-35, T-39. It's sort of, there's a little bit of change in there, definitely. And they keep that producing until the end of the war, with obviously lots of modifications into the Hetzer. But the tracks, the engines, the transmission, they're all the same. Now they sort of realign where the engine is in the vehicle, move it to the front or something like that, move it around at different times, but it's used, the basic major components are all the same from the beginning of the war to basically to the end of the war. The factory that's producing those could have been converted to, say, produce Panzer IVs or something, but the Germans just keep it doing whatnot, and they make a various, mobile gun platform types, either a heavy infantry gun on a tank chassis, or the Pack 40 for an anti-tank gun chassis on it, and then later the Hetzer. And even while they're building the Hetzers, they also do production runs that sort of kind of look like a Hetzer, but they got that 150 millimeter infantry gun on them, but they've radically reduced the frontal armor because they're not planning on sending it toe-to-toe to a off against like a Sherman or a T-34. It's just a heavy assault gun on a lightly armored platform. But again, they're able to use the same transmission, engine, tracks, and all that, and mostly the same whole layout, though it's an open top, there, so it's not quite the same. So there's a lot of collaboration there, and I would just generally lump all this into the standard German production facilities. Czechoslovakia is, you can see here, 2 military factories. It's just such a minor industrial concern that I don't know whether it's better to have a few Czech or a few Slovak units, or whether it's better to directly control it. I don't know. Okay, I think mention plenty. Okay, let's see. Not even try the fantasy mods come from. Well, yeah, Kaiserreich. If I wanted to play it, and I think Kaiserreich is well done, but it's a very wacky world. I sort of call it the wacky world of Kaiserreich. Yeah, if you're looking at something that is just a weird, opium smoker's dream of what would happen after World War I if Germany won, and you come up with something that gets you Kaiserreich, and it's well done. Yeah, Tetra and Skoda, very, very much so. Tetra is over here, basically, and it's in a. I don't know a lot about Tetra, probably a bit more. I think it's at least today, because the company continues. I think it was a bit more German than modern Czechoslovakia wants to admit. But it was rather German. And, so it keeps going. It has, they designed during, pre-exists, but they designed a new truck type post German takeover, after the Germans take it over, that's really advanced, really nice, not quite as complicated as some of the other German, industrial designs that are just, way over designed. Worked well, but, efficiency in production as well as efficiency in maintenance is very poor. But yeah, Germany, so they get really nice trucks. And they make a bunch of them, but compared to, like Opel and some of the other major truck producers in Germany, it's just a small fraction. And partially what I can tell looking at the situation, and I don't even know if there's full documentation because so much stuff is destroyed, often intentionally, as the war is ending, documents. As far as I can tell, a lot of their limitations on production is getting the right materials. Some of it is also how big of orders are placed. And I think, and I got to say it this way because I've read part of Alan Tu's book on his book on German production. So I can't even claim to have read everything that's easily available to get. But I think part of like, oh, hey, yeah, we're going to order, 200 trucks from you of a design that is completely different than any other truck design being used in the German army. So meaning it's not like sharing parts. You got to do your own, you got to have, Tatra parts. Really good trucks, like I say. We're going to order 200 of them for your factory to manufacture. And I think that is partially being decided on allocations of things like steel. I don't think it's necessarily like we only want 200 trucks, but I think it's coming down to partially the planning. Well, I think we can give you enough raw materials to produce, 200 of these things. So yeah, we'll order 200 from you. And then maybe, 3 months, 6 months, whatever it is later, and we'll take another 100 kind of thing, as opposed to, sort of the American and Soviet way, turn that factory on and produce, produce as much as you can produce. With this on the Soviet side, a little bit more of, oh, you don't have rubber or steel or whatever. Well, okay, we'll get you more as soon as we can. But, once you have it, you produce. The Americans, yes, there is a limitations on everything, but they are budgeting things like steel pretty well. So most of the serious production, they just turn that production on and don't stop it until they don't want any more of. And so, like sometime in 1944, for the Americans, they stop building half tracks. Because they cannot conceive of what they can do with all of the half tracks they've currently made. So this is, sometime around D-Day, give or take a bit, the Americans have so many half tracks parked somewhere in America, not just in one spot, but parked around in America. And they have also so many spare parts too. So they don't even have to cannibalize the ones that they've made. They've got so much of that sitting around. And they go, we can't even give these things away. Meaning they've got so many half tracks that they don't have enough ships to put them on to get them to the Soviet Union, either, through, let's zoom out a little bit more, through this method getting up to here or coming through Iran. Those are the two ways to get things like half tracks to the Soviet Union. So they can't even get these, they can't conceive of how they can get, and the British, they're building the universal carrier, the British Bren carrier in America as well. Though they're the Americans who never use it, to my knowledge. I've never seen any Americans use them. They build, thousands, tens of thousands, I don't know of them. But they're different than the British or Commonwealth ones in that they have an extra road wheel. So they're slightly longer. Everything's bigger in America. So they're slightly bigger, but they're giving them to like Canada or whoever to equip them up. So even the British, who are building their own universal carriers in Britain, I believe, in I think Australia, still not sure if they're doing engine production down in Australia or New Zealand or wherever down there. But they're I think it's New Zealand that they're building them, wherever they're. But they're at least assembling them and cutting out the armor plates and whatnot there. But I don't know about engines and transmissions. Those are complicated things to make, and I don't know where they were made. But so the Commonwealth is making a huge amount of universal carriers, which sort of kind of function the same as what a armored half-track carrier does that role, sort of the same. The Americans are making them even more Bren gun carriers as well. And obviously you can look at the British, 1944, the D-Day invasion. The British armored units are definitely also using American half-tracks. So, there's not enough British Commonwealth forces to give them to. They can't get them to China enough to make it worthwhile, because they may have opened up a road route at that point. For a while they're flying the hump. I don't know quite what's going on, but trying to drive those things into China or whatever is just too much of a hassle. And China, once you get them, fuel and other things, they have enough problems just fueling the trucks, which need less fuel than the half tracks. So America is making so many of these half tracks, and they go, we don't need any more, so they shut it down. So America is on this, like, just produce the hell out of the thing. Or the only other reason to stop is that they're doing a new version, that's something that is replacing it. So stop making those and make this new thing. Like going from the M3 Stuart light tank to the M5 Stuart light tank, which is basically completely different on almost every aspect of it, other than its sort of role. And, still both have a 37 millimeter gun, and I think basically the same. But automotively, it's all different, and layout, it's all different. So America is just producing it until you can't produce or don't need it anymore. The Germans can't do that for most things because of limitations, and serious limitations, to the idea of what are we going to put steel into? We've got dockyard workers that could build battleships or carriers. We've got dockyards for building battleships or carriers, something big that really isn't suitable for building submarines. Not that it can't be reconfigured, but it's really not suitable for that. So what do you still, and they do for a while, still put, the limited resources into the steel and whatnot to get like the Tirpitz finished. And part of it is finished to the point that there's one battle cruiser, I forget its name or its class, that's about maybe 2/3 finished, that is part of the Ribbentrop-Molotov follow-on pack, the one that one of the economic ones, along with the ones where they trade some of the territory here. They give one to the Soviet Union that's partially finished for the Soviets to finish, that ends up going up to Leningrad, and for a while fires at the Germans or the Finns from its port. Doesn't ever leave port, because it does have a few of the main guns put on there until I think they ran out of ammo with it or something. I forget quite exactly its fate, but it's German produced. So Germany, gives that up to the Soviet Union, partially because it's trying to make nice to the Soviet Union. The Soviets want some more modern naval power, so they want this thing. They, it's not like they're demanding it, but it's, one of the concessions that the Germans give to them, because the Soviets are having trouble building some of this stuff fundamentally. And like another fun fact with Germany, the T-34 tank, the KV tank series, the Soviet Union cannot produce those. Does everyone understand? The Soviet Union cannot produce those. Not won't, can't. Right? They can't produce that thickness of steel. So as part of the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact and the economic treaties that follow on, from 1939 to mid 1940 when 41, sorry, mid 1941 when Germany invades. Germany wants to get a lot of resources. Oil from Baku, grain from Ukraine, other stuff. There's a constant huge flow of resources going into Germany from the Soviet Union. One of the trades for all that stuff is some German thick rolling mills that will allow them to make thick armor. Now, I think the Germans are thinking, sure, why not? We can build these things. We have the industrial know-how. And the industrial know-how is hard to come by, guys. Italy really sort of doesn't have it. France and Britain does. America does. Soviet Union does not. So the Germans, sell, trade, however you want to say, a few of these machines. And these are, big, huge things and come in pieces and need to be assembled. For the Soviet Union. And I think the Germans are thinking, yeah, we'll sell them some battleship making armor stuff because who cares? We'll just sink their battleships with our airplanes or whatever. It won't really matter. But again, my understanding is the Soviets would not have been able to make the T-34 or the KV series of tanks in any sort of time frame. They could work their way up, bootstrap their way up to better technology, but it's going to take years. And with the Soviet system, it doesn't work well, so things take even longer. So the Germans cut their own throat, because if you're running around with those T-26s, BT-5s, BT-7 series light tanks, the bigger sort of T-35, those big sort of monstrous tanks, they don't have thick armor. They got armor, but it doesn't even necessarily stop a anti-tank rifle, let alone an anti-tank gun. So it's all this light armor. So it is only getting that heavy rolling steel mills into the Soviet Union enough to be able to do particularly the frontal armor of those tanks. So Germany sells the Soviets the means to defend themselves from a German attack. So you have to keep all of this in mind, and this sort of goes back to the sort of old Marx idea is that the bourgeoisie will sell us the rope to hang the bourgeoisie, kind of thing. I know I'm only paraphrasing that, but that's what the Germans do. That would be some strategic technology that the Germans should not have given up to the Russians. That would be too much, or should have been too much that they should not have given them. And so you have to look at that, and today dealing particularly the U.S. with countries like China particularly, but also modern day Russia and whatever, they cannot make certain things that modern militaries and modern economies rely upon. And as my friend Lum here, who is a jokester online here, but it can be serious at times, have told me and educated me about some of the heavy industrial equipment that is used in America that's booked, 5-10 years out, what it's going to make is leftover war booty that America did take from Germany, and there is not a current industrial capacity to make some of that heavy equipment anymore left. You'd have to make the machines that make the machines that make the machines that make the big machines. And without massive governmental intervention, paying for the steps, it's just not economical really for any one company to build some of this stuff on some of the heaviest, biggest scale of production. And so, all of that plays into World War II and how it's fought heavily. Let's see what the chat has been saying while I've been going on. Okay, one more wacky mod, yes. Love being scammed by, let's click on that. Oh, if you're talking about the cheap views thing, yeah. Probably, or Arno will get rid of it. Where is he when you need him? I don't know. Have you killed the bot? At least he is 17th century. At least he has a better name than most. Okay, back to production. What do we want to produce more of? We're producing it. I don't know how much air transport we need. Producing submarines. So all of these here have a very, this is what makes it much more than arcade. Things like tungsten and whatnot here that we have to deal with. That was quite critical at the time. Let's do one more medium tank, but I don't. Do that. Now, okay. Let's come over here. Let's deploy you early. Let's deploy you early. Let's deploy you early. Does that get me? Because we did see before that. Okay, what? Now that we've deployed that. Okay, we have 830,000. We need 850 for the Ribbentrop Molotov. And see, playing about the game. Okay. 35 days to do that. And then it was like 2 weeks later. It wasn't 2.5 months later that you get the Danzig for Slovakia. No, we're not doing that. Expand claims in the Baltic. Some of this is probably already sort of taken by the Soviet Union. Demand Slovenia. We're leaving Yugoslavia out of this. Reclaim former African colonies. No, we're not doing that. That seems silly right now. Okay. Okay, I think we have 35. Oh, that's 70 days? Oh, that's longer than I want to take. No, never mind. Used to most of these being 35 days. Okay, 35 days. We'll do that. Just got Hoi4 and I don't know what the fuck to do. Well, watch videos on people playing it. Maybe somebody better than I am for explaining how to play the game. There's, like I say, it takes time to learn the game. Just expect that. Some people say, and I don't think it's bad or wrong idea. Let's build more trucks. Where are our truck production lines? We're building armored cars. Yeah, let's build another. Oh, yes, throw it. There is a tutorial. What game doesn't have a tutorial? Well, apparently Hearts of Iron 4 doesn't have a tutorial. But like I say, watch some videos and either some of mine, but the game's changed a lot. You might want to play a smaller nation, pick like Hungary or Romania or, something else just to sort of get the feel of the game. You can only play some of those pretty much quicker than I'm taking to play this with all my talking. When learning the basic, just go have fun. Yeah. Yes, what Lum is saying. Playing as the French. Okay, yeah, just play as the French. France was very unprepared for World War II. You can be very unprepared and learn. Just play and do. And part of that, and I say it, and I know Lum is saying it, the same thing, is just go have fun playing it. Know you're going to fuck up. And you're going to, realize you should have done a whole part of the game that you don't even realize at the moment. And just go, yeah, I'm just going to, play this, and it's going to, let's do one of these. Let's do a fuel silo. And just, don't worry about playing well or knowing everything you're doing. Just start playing the thing. These are going to happen very soon. Let's add a unit there. Quick question. How do I recruit soldiers? Okay. That we can do. One thing you need to do here, over here, is your conscription level. Okay. So you have, various levels. Up here is, disarmed nation, and you'll have your fewest soldiers. Scraping the barrel, you'll have your most number of soldiers. Somewhere in the middle is probably best for most nations. Various nations will have different settings that you're limited to at the start, like only volunteers or limited conscription. That's what you do there. Then, which will get you this, which is your manpower pool. So that's your soldiers. Now, what you come over here is this tank with a drop-down arrow. These are your units. And these are the current unit types you have, like an infantry unit here, division. So this is a division with 9 battalions, a reconnaissance section, an anti-tank section, an artillery, support sections, and an engineering support section. That's sort of the standard division. You can get in and design it. I could come in here and add paratroopers. Why would you? But, for a division that can't, is not air mobile, but you could come in and maybe add a mountain battalion to, if you're in a nation, like Italy, which sort of kind of did this already, have lots of mountains. So just have a little extra, not creating a full mountain division, but just doing a little more mountain. Or you can have, a cavalry brigade here, which is, they call these division designers. So, but you can design this as sort of like a brigade, just 4 battalions, some artillery support, and some reconnaissance, sort of a lightweight cavalry brigade. And then once you get, have these things, and then you can say, come over here and go, hit this and go train, and that'll add one here. And then you need to come and set the location in your country of where you want that to pop up once it's trained. Oh, I shouldn't have done, damn, I didn't do that right. I effed that up. Oh, well, damn. No, I didn't. No, it hadn't been training. It was the one I just clicked on. Sorry, no, I did that. I was right. I didn't mess up. Sorry, I wanted to get rid of that one because this is the one I'm training here. Because we had recently deployed another one there. That's it. Okay. And then it'll take a while. This thing will training to go on. Eventually, you can either push it out early, or it'll just come through this whole training. So right now, this one is 25% trained. Once it gets to 100%, it will automatically deploy at the location you've set. So that's how you get more troops or more units. It says I can train soldiers. Yeah, that's what you're doing. Is you click here. See this up here, recruit and deploy. So what you're doing is you're recruiting or you're training a division. So like I say, you click train here. It'll add one of these things, and you go and give it a click somewhere on your map. You'll have it, for France, it'll be somewhere down here. You pick a location, and you click on that state is what it's called in here, not just and it'll appear, one of the provinces here, and you can cancel this. I'm canceling this right there. So that is how you can get more units. And so soldiers are a manpower thing that you can see here when I hover over it. Manpower for the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and then there's something called garrisons, and that's for like occupying certain territories. Like for France, it would be, occupying its colonial empire or other sorts of territories like that. That's just your manpower. You need to have enough manpower, and then you train up units. You can start with the standard ones for your nations and deploy those. So that is what you do for that. Now, let's come over here. 39 training. Says I don't have enough equipment. Okay, for equipment, what you need to do is, let's clear this out. You come to this, the wrench and cog wheel here. and then you say select this is for the Army, this is for the Navy factories, and then you, let's say, click here, and then you go infantry equipment. Now this is infantry equipment level 2. The higher the level, the better the equipment is. And you click on this like that, and now you create down here a thing that you can add factories to. These are gray because I don't have any free factories, and this will start manufacturing the equipment. This line here starts out as red, meaning they're not experienced at making the stuff. It gets better over time. As you can see, most of these are mostly, if not fully, green. Now that one recently upgraded. So that will get your equipment types. When you come over here and you click edit here, you'll see over here that this needs infantry equipment 950, support equipment. This division type needs 40 support, needs 12 artillery pieces, needs 24 anti-tank. So that's your equipment needed for this layout here of this division, how much each division needs. So you need to manufacture that. Now, France at the time, and I haven't looked at it recently, has budgetary problems historically, getting more equipment, getting more troops units trained. So they are of a, they have issues. And there's a whole, whole political dimension to the game here that affects each nation individually based on history and such. If you're asking me, oh yeah, I've been to France. If you're talking completely different trips to Europe, from America, not just entering and leaving, a few times within it. I think it's like 4 times I've been to France. So yes, okay, develop the Kleinnicker. Okay, Netherlands caves to the British. Can we no longer? We can no longer. They've now pushed a lot of pressure onto. Okay, we can see about doing this. Let's help out. Get Slovakia a little bit better as a possible ally. Okay, and coming over here to production, we've got lots of steel, some chromium, or out of more tungsten, some spare rubber over it. We're producing extra oil and a lot more aluminum than we currently need. Okay, now, so we come over here, and that'll get us more steel, more coal. Okay, we don't really have dismantle the Czechoslovakian forts. Set level 1. Yeah, they go down. So it does reduce some of our things. I think that's a positive thing. Okay, now let's we're going to do here is we're going to come up here and go pop, pop, pop to these mostly trained units. So they're not too undertrained. And that now allows us to do the Ribbentrop-Molotov pact for 35 days. Okay, so we're doing that. We're going to increase our... Now, these factories with the wrench and the green behind them, those produce equipment, tanks, aircraft, rifles, whatever. They produce that stuff. The ones here with the I-beam and the sort of orange factory in the background, those produce other things, like the military factories, like the fuel silos, like all of that other stuff. How much do you like France? Well, if you're putting it on a world scale, probably about a 5. Maybe a 6. And where I really don't like at least like modern day communist China. Not, I'd put probably more like a 6 or 7 for Taiwan. So if Taiwan was, if all of China was like Taiwan, it would be much higher. And then you have, shithole countries that are sort of like, like Burma. I know it's Myanmar, Burma, whatever you're calling it. But, they're on like, I think it's like a 7-way or more civil war right now, because there's sort of the old government faction, and then the Burmese anti-government faction, and then all the other little ethnic groups, the Karens and the Kachin and et cetera, et cetera. I don't remember them all right now. Different, more or less, hill tribes. They're hill tribes because the Burmese have driven, taken all the good land and driven the others out before the British showed up. So that sort of wouldn't be a complete shithole, except for it's a civil war. In Somalia, it's a complete shithole, so that's like down at a 1 or a 0, or I don't know if I can get any lower than thinking Haiti is, like either, from 1 to 10, well, 0 or -1 for Haiti. So I think I put China under CCP as an 8 or a 9, a very fair rating. I think that's, I don't like them because I'm an anti-communist. I know they don't practice traditional communist methods. I'm an anti-totalitarian. There's a difference between authoritarian and totalitarian, and China is definitely a totalitarian state. So those two things that make CCP China pretty bad. You still have very much the Cultural Revolution and the Great Leap Forward, which, Xi Jinping was part of. And if you know about the horrors of that, those two basic events, I'm not talking about the Chinese Civil War and other things, those horrors of the Cultural Revolution and the Great Leap Forward sort of make Nazi Germany horrors look like, ain't so bad, ain't good, but ain't so bad, I'm not sure whether, the economic and industrial capacity of China was worse than Germany in 1945 after the, primarily the US, but also the British, got done bombing it, and so that's why I sort of say 45, and the Soviets plundering the eastern part for everything they could carry away, basically. I think China, with the Great Leap Forward, does more industrial destruction, but I'm not sure on that. That would be, hard to, calculate. So I just say the CCP, yeah, I know they're doing much better than those time periods, but they're still very much within living memory, as in the leadership of the country is from that era. Because that's just back in the 70s, people. It's not that far away. So, yeah, I got to put them a lot lower than that. So, yeah, I think France is like a 5 or 6 on a world scale. And, right now, and I know they've sort of gone to more modern street toilets, but back in the day, the French actually built sort of privacy areas for men to piss in the streets. I could maybe guess what they were sort of called, but the sort of metal things you go in, you just sort of piss into the street, kind of thing. You can stand there. And so, but they mostly didn't shit in the streets. But like in San Francisco, they publicly shit in the streets nowadays. And I mean, like commonly, you just walk down the street, you see somebody kneeling down, shitting in the street in front of everybody. San Francisco. So, France really isn't that terrible, even, compared to like San Francisco. So, yeah, France isn't that bad, so yeah. Now, of course, the biggest problem with France, it's filled with French people. You ever met French people? I know Lum has met French people, but the rest of you, non-Europeans, have you ever met the French? And I know you think I'm joking, but I'm not. Oh, well, yeah, I would not go to San Francisco right now. I'm serious. I would not go to San Francisco unless there was a really damn good reason. And the way I would go to San Francisco, there would need to be like I'm serious, a damn good reason. Where I used to go there fairly often. I would take some sort of, fly in there, take public transport, because basically anything in a automobile, it will be stolen. And the police will not even work to stop a thief as they watch them take stuff out of cars. The police just basically won't. And there's been more than one occasion when the news media, and sometimes going there to try to disprove that it was so bad for car thefts, and sometimes I think when they were trying to get stories about how bad car theft is, had their own cars broken into, and the camera cases, the camera was probably out of it, but some of the other gear was in it, that somebody walked by saw that there was something in the car, broke into it and stole it before getting done with the shot. So I would not take any car. So I would, if I would go there, I would stop in some other city, not Oakland, but some other sort of city, and rent a car and drive it into San Francisco, and never leave like a piece of luggage in the car, at least not where it was visible. Maybe in the trunk if that was completely, not depending on the type of car, not being able to be seen into it. So probably if I was going to do that, I would, drive a car, but parking is god awful. I don't know whether parking is worse in Paris or San Francisco, and I've done that both. I've driven around the Arc de Triomphe in a rental car, in a British rental car, which has the driving, steering wheel on the opposite side of the car than they do in France, around the Arc de Triomphe in a British rental car. So I've driven around France. I've driven around, Paris. I've driven all over France. Well, not everywhere, but I mean, like from the south of France to the north of France and back and whatever, major areas of France. I've driven around Rome. That's a different weird trip, driving around Rome. Roads will go from, oh yeah, there's 3 lanes to, oh, magically there's going to be just 2 lanes, and you're going through some narrow classical era, not medieval. I'm talking old ancient Rome classical arches still up that you got to drive through. And then magically the road gets back to 3 lanes. And there are only vague hints at the idea that there's 3 lanes, paint in the road or something. So you're sort of going along in 3 lanes, but then you get to a thing that there's only, because of the arches, you only drive through 2 cars at once. So you've got to know this coming up, to know to slow down, to know that you've got to get through those 2 arches. And then it goes back to 3 lanes or something like that again. It's a wild trip, guys. If you've never done it, it's a bucket list thing to get in a rental car and try to drive around Rome, if you're into that kind of stuff. Now, I've driven a bit around Switzerland. It's very nice, very well organized. Don't mind driving in Switzerland. Not driven a lot there, but a little bit there. It's cool. So I've driven around Germany, Austria, the Netherlands, France, that kind of sort of Central Europe that way. I've not gone up to like Norway or out to Iberia, or when I was over there, it was early enough in the post-Cold War period that my rental insurance wasn't going to cover driving into Hungary, and I needed to go into Budapest. So I took a train. I left my rental car and took a train from Vienna to Budapest for the day, and then took it out. At those days, Budapest was still another different sort of trip. The Cold War was, the wall was only down by a year or 2 or whatever at the time for that trip that I went there. Yeah, Oh, there was still a very bloody war going on in Yugoslavia at the time. Former Yugoslavia. That they were literally. I was rather near the Italian border, that they're literally shooting at each other, sort of like they're doing today in Ukraine, but doing that in Yugoslavia at the time. Yeah, so I've driven around a lot of those places, and it's a trip. Okay, 49. No. I'm saying like, oh, hey, if you come to San Francisco, we'll pay you $50,000. I go, okay. Let's see, I run a reasonable risk of getting stabbed. Reasonable risk of either, however you want to look at it, reasonable risk of not being stabbed, or, reasonable risk of being stabbed. How likely are you to be stabbed if you go into San Francisco? because the old tourist trap places like Pier 49 or whatever it was, or whatever, used to be wonderful. Haight Ashbury, where the hippies hung out. Yeah, if you left something out, the hippies would sort of steal it, maybe, because they weren't all, you know, everything's cool because we can just sort of walk off with shit, hippies. But they were just hippies. Now, I remember, back in the 80s and 90s, it was sort of San Francisco, but wasn't bad back there. Nowadays, the amount of aggressive homeless people that very well may shiv you if they don't get their donations, or if you try to interrupt them stealing something from you, they very well might shiv you with something. And there are well documented cases of, we're not talking like in Europe where you get the people from Africa. I just saw something, I think it was in some video, I think it was in Spain, or was it in France? It was somewhere that two Africans, that what looked to be, and maybe it was like a university campus or some sort of thing, people were inside a fairly nice, what I would sort of, and I forget, it was just, a short clip I saw on Twitter, but it was like, something like you get in like a nice cafeteria with nice buildings around, and two Africans were having a machete fight. I say that, machetes are, sort of here in the Americas Spanish, but big honking knives, if not actual machetes, however you want to pronounce it. Not just like little switchblades or little, Spyderco knives. I'm talking big honking knives. Two of them were swinging at each other, and people were looking out the window at it as if it were sport. And obviously somebody with a cell phone was recording it. That kind of things happens in Europe. But in San Francisco, it's not so much. It's not really like the Mexican population or other sort of, mostly not the recent immigrants. It's mostly just the methed out, whatever, homeless people that'll shiv you in San Francisco. And I'm not joking about this. Oh, it was maybe 2 years ago now. Some of the people I work with online, I'm not going to go too much details on it. A few of you might be able to guess, and I don't even know the person's name, but they came to San Francisco for a game developers conference that used to go, I don't know if it's still going on there now, but this was, I think, 2 years ago. Came to there, and so, these are coming in, Europeans are coming in, so, flying in San Francisco, taking some sort of taxi or shuttle to their hotel that's very near the San Francisco, convention center or whatever. So they're pretty insulated. They're not like wandering around the city too much. But one of the women that are part of this, company software developed thing that went there gets roofied and completely passes out in the lobby of the hotel bar. So they're not like going to some strange bar. She's getting, somebody put something in her drink, and no, I don't think it's some of her co-workers. I mean, who knows who did it? But somebody was able to get to one of her drinks, and from what I've been told about it, obviously I wasn't there, that somebody thought that she was an easy enough mark, for whatever reasons, to put something in her drink in a hotel bar, which is, we're not talking about some seedy bar somewhere, in a nice hotel in there. Somebody put something into her drink, and again, and she's mostly hanging out, from my understanding, with coworkers. It's after the scheduled meetings. It's in the evening before you're going to go to bed. They're sort of, at the bar or whatever, just a place to, instead of going to somebody's, and especially in the modern day period, you don't necessarily want to go to somebody's room just because other accusations. So, sort of in a public place, socializing within. And I think there were other, other game developers from other companies. So I don't know who it was, but so she gets roofied in a hotel bar in San Francisco. And I think the company probably isn't planning on going back to San Francisco for the game developers. Maybe they still are. I don't know. But the level of that kind of stuff happening. Yeah, no, it's not guaranteed that if I have a car with something in it, it's going to get stolen. But when Seth Rogen talks about LA, and this is in the nice part of LA where he was going at the time. No, I don't. I've had my car broken in 3 or 4 times. I just don't leave anything in it to be stolen. This is a Seth Rogen, the movie star guy. So he's, where he's going, he knows his car is going to be broken into, so he doesn't leave like stuff in the trunk, stuff in the car to be a target. I mean, anywhere at any time. And the nice parts of LA, wherever he's going there, are a lot safer for your car, we're talking about here, than San Francisco. Now, there's really bad parts of LA that are worse, but you got to sort of know the neighborhoods. But I doubt he's going to those parts, Compton and other places. And being from that part of the world, I know those different neighborhoods rather well for various reasons. So, yeah, there's, I would say a better than 50% chance within a day or two your car is going to be broken into if there's anything, visible that somebody might want to, like just like an overnight bag or something that people might think just to steal. They'll just break the glass and take the thing. So it's a very high chance of having your car broken into in San Francisco. It's a very high chance of stepping into human shit on the street. I mean, that's, reasonably high chance of that if you're not paying attention. Now, if you're really paying attention and watch where you walk between the piles. Oh, and I'm talking about because these people are aggressively panhandling near nice, things like convention centers, because that's where the people are that have the money. So they don't, if they need to take a shit, they don't like walk 3 blocks away to the bad part of town. They just do it right there because they don't want to let those people into the restroom of the hotel bar because they'll just whatever, and the hotel and the patrons don't like that. So they just, so it's not like, oh, hey, you're going to be, I'm not going to go to the bad. No, it's just that's the way in San Francisco. And I might slightly be overplaying it, but not by much. So yeah, you're going to have to give me like something like, oh, hey, if you come here, we'll give you $50,000, blah, 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 something like that. I mean, like, I don't know, somebody like wanted me to do an appearance to talk about World War II, and we'll pay you that. If they're just going to pay me $5,000, I'm going to say, nope, I don't need to go there. So it's not like going to a damn sporting game. You've got to pay me a lot of money to make it worth my while, and then I'll consider it. And it depends on what I got to, consider. Imagine driving a British wrong side of the car. Yes. How do you produce metal? Okay, I'll get to that in a moment. Switzerland isn't massive like other nations. Driving in Switzerland is more than a day means you took a weird way through. Well, it's not that I'm driving for the whole day, but, let's see, I think I went to Geneva that trip or something. I think that's what it was. I know I've been to Geneva, Bern, and a few other, in Zurich one other time on a bus tour. But I think I drove into Geneva once, just for, like just in there and parked it. Not like I drove for the day across it. I mean, just driven in it for like a day and then out. So you love people watching having machete fights in your local cafe. No, that's why I'm living in my secret mountain base. Because people very well may have machetes on them. I know lots of people have guns on them. Some of them carry openly. There may be even a few people carrying machine guns around here. I know they own them. It's not, do I think they own them? I know they own machine guns around here. But a few people maybe, just have a, small submachine gun or something that they're carrying for, their everyday carry under a jacket or something. But, not that weird. But I don't fear being knifed or shivved or shot or anything like that because you know what? There's people carrying guns around here, so nobody's going to do anything. So we're pretty safe here. I feel less needed to carry a gun around here than I do it back in California. Yeah, damn, Gamer doesn't enjoy having local cafes, having some funny entertainment. Yes. So, that, yeah. Okay, metal. Right. What's Okay, here. Click on different parts of your country, and you'll see down here. This is producing. This area in Germany is producing 70 steel and 60 coal. This area is, right. And so what you can come over here if you want to expand things. It's not so much there you'll do this. This is more like for oil, or doing some of that stuff. But what you can come over here is decisions here, like develop these mines. Okay, if you click on this, or develop coal mines, which will give you, you can see here, this will expand it. Or if you want, the other way to get more is to trade. Right across the top here is you trade for oil, aluminum, rubber, tungsten, steel, chromium, and coal. And what you do is when you trade, you're basically using some of these factories here, the civ factories, the civilian factories. Some of your output from that will be utilized by whatever nation you're trading with. So if you like, hey, I need more steel, and you want to say get it from Germany, Germany will sell you some steel for civ factory output, which will allow them to produce things like more radar stations, more anti-aircraft guns, or more military factories, or more civilian factories. So you trade factory production for resources when you're looking to do trade. So to get more steel as France, and I can sort of get some information here, but Intel isn't very good, so Germany is better for me. You can click around. So when I acquired Bohemia from there, 10 and that. You can see the base is 5, and you can see the various reasons to give it more and there. Different infrastructure levels and supply routes and whatnot will give me more rubber here, and so on, steel, aluminum. So I hope that helps some. Hello, Holiday Punch. It's been a little while. That's why French should always take the Rhineland when you beat the Germans. Should you always take the Rhineland? And are you talking in game terms or reality? Definitely, it's looked upon that the conditions at the end of World War I, they were either too harsh or too lenient for Germany. Either you should have been much harsher on Germany, like forcing a breakup. Obviously Austria was not part of the Kaiserreich, the German Empire. It was part of the Austrian Empire, or what they were calling the Austro-Hungarian Empire at that point. But it had been part of the German nation. And I think it was either very late 1918 or sometime in 1919, Austria, through its political system, post, the Kaiser being the Austrian Kaiser falling. We often just call him the Emperor, but whatever you want to call him, he was also known as Kaiser down there. Post that actually declares that they unite with Germany. But they very quickly get the message from the Western Allies, no, that is unacceptable. You do not do that. And so they sort of didn't do that, even though that they were, trying to do that. And because the Western Allies did not want a greater German threat for next time. So either they should have really gone in and occupied more than the Rhineland, really, done more occupation, create sort of a Prussia, a Hanover, a Bavaria, maybe get more than this, just this, because that, what we call Alsace-Lorraine here, that had been part of the German Empire in the beginning of 1914, which they sort of basically acquire from the Franco-Prussian War. The Germans get that sort of solid up at that point. There's a lot of, shall we say, German ethnicity in there previously. I don't know quite what the, prior to the Franco-Prussian War, quite the split between what we'll call French and German. There is sort of old Burgundy, which Burgundianism, if you will, disappears before nationalism shows up. But there is sort of a Franco-Germanic mix of ethnicity down here that was sort of forming that never sort of gets off the ground. So, the ethnic group here isn't, say, the same type of French people as there are down here. I mean, they're French enough, and the German types are not quite maybe exactly Germans, but they're sort of German in flavor. So it's, even as demographically now, by the end of World War II, you might not want to think about it. The Allies, Western Allies, didn't want to publicize it, but like 99% of all the Sudeten Germans in the areas that I'm clicking now, not there, but here, the Czechs say goodbye and literally just drive them out. They've been there for 1,000 or more years. They drive them out. They retake their territory here. They never get back this from Hungary or whatever, but they get back this. I don't know about that piece. I'm not sure about this border piece today. I don't know exactly where it is because that had been part of Czechoslovakia. But I know they get back Slovakia and this Czechia, modern day Czechia, but they just ethnically cleanse it before there's even sort of a real modern use of it. They ethnically cleanse the Sudetenland of any Sudeten Germans. And Sudeten Germans are like the 70, 80% majority in those regions. So that's just all those people just go. They don't get any compensation, as far as I know, for any of their property, anything they can't carry with them, meaning not just their land, but anything they just can't carry out. They get removed after World War II. So there's a lot of that. And then, of course, Poland does basically the same thing with Germans from these territories here, drives them out. So yeah, it's not just the occupation, not just East and West Germany, and not just border changes, but all of this is taken by, down here is by Poland, up there is by the Russians, which is still Kaliningrad to this day. And most all of the Germans are driven out. There's a small German ethnic remnant up here in Kaliningrad, but it's tiny. Even as a percentage of the population here, it's tiny. It's mostly Russians. So yeah, demographics have changed significantly have changed, including down here, because empires mix demographics just by the nature of empires. But since 1914, before World War I starts, demographics have changed radically in large areas of Europe. So yes, what has Holiday Punch said? In game terms, didn't the French utilize the Rhineland? Yeah, after World War I. Oh yeah, no. Basically, they controlled all of this, not on this side of the Rhine, not that side of the Rhine, as far as I know. But all of this, and they just exploited the hell out of it. There were still German workers working in the factories, but they were basically owned by the French government and producing, and selling stuff, sort of government-run and owned factories. Owned might be sort of strongly, but they were definitely, being run by the French, and any sort of profits and done for the, what the French needs were. Absolutely. In World War I, or after World War I. World War II, it's a bit different. French did not want to balkanize Germany, if I'm not mistaken, but got swayed by the UK and the US. You mean break up Germany? I don't even think the Western Allies wanted to break up Germany. They definitely wanted to occupy it, because even the Americans, and I say even Americans, but maybe especially the Americans, because there's a whole tradition in America, which certain elements are going back to, of not wanting to be involved in wars outside of America. I mean, George Washington, the general, the first president under our Constitution, there were presidents prior to it. George Washington, the militia colonel, not a full British Army colonel, but a militia colonel in the British Army, fought in the French and Indian Wars, the 7 Years' War in Europe, guy was, hey, stay out of European, wars and whatnot. Not that you don't send ambassadors or whatever and do trade deals, but don't get involved in European politics. Meaning the idea that, hey, yeah, American ships could go whoever and wherever as long as they can, and France and Germany are at war. Trade with both of them. Don't get involved. Only deal with American affairs. And this was still very strong even after World War II. It's only the sort of Cold War, but it really sort of pushes America into the global position that it is with nuclear weapons and the Cold War, combination of the two. But Americans were like, didn't we just fight you guys 20 years ago? Why are you making us fight you again? Didn't we settle this issue? And so there was very much the attitude, we don't want to let Germany just, we leave and they start to pa bands up again and, start rearming for the next war. It was, we're going to denazify you and we're going to occupy you to make sure you're not starting to build tanks in secret or whatever. And that's what the Americans wanted to do. It's the Soviets, and I forget the exact year dates, but are clamping down on East Germany. Because you got to realize when we're talking about post-war, and in the immediate post-war, okay, as the war's ending, the Nazi government's in place. Various levels of the Nazi government want to try to continue to function after World War II is over. And I say that because I mean whether it's the local, postal or other sort of, government bureaucrat at the lowest level, the person who interacts with the public up to the highest level, meaning Goering and crew when they're in captivity, and there's recordings of them talking because there were secret, recordings around there trying to figure, spy on them even after the war's over, that they're talking amongst themselves that they believe that they are required to be able to run Germany. That if they just sort of wait a bit, the Allies, the Western Allies particularly, will realize that they are essential, and they'll be able to do a deal with the individuals, Goering and others. Himmler gets captured and very quickly commits suicide, and he's captured after trying to disguise himself as somebody else. I guess he was trying to get to the rat lines to get to South America or something. I don't know. It's Goering just is willing to surrender and whatnot, but Himmler's trying to disappear when he's captured. Some of the political leadership are like, hey, yeah, we'll just we'll be captured. Others, like Goebbels, oh, we're going to commit suicide. Oh, before we do, honey, let's kill the children. We don't want them into the Allied hands. So they commit suicide in the Führer bunker. And so, yeah, some of them want to die off. And as I'm thinking, there the Berlin Orchestra, whatever's left of it, in April 1945, when the Soviets are knocking on the door coming in. Oh, they put on one last concert, and there's Hitler Youth guys going around the audience, offering suicide tablets, cyanide or whatever, to the audience members. Hey, you get to listen to the classical music as you take suicide pills. And that's literally what they're doing. And a bunch of some of the audience, I think, goes home. But a bunch of the audience, yeah, they just commit suicide while listening to the music. So, yeah, some are just like, yeah, we're checking out. Some of them are like thinking that, oh, yeah, the Allies, we're required. We're the only ones with the expert knowledge to be able to run Germany. But the Western Allies, no. The Western, and the Soviets too, but in a different sort of fashion. They're going to denazify Germany. They are not going to basically allow anybody who has any sort of Nazi party membership continue in the future government. It's just no. You might be able to live a nice private life, but you're not going to be part of the government. Even if you just sort of joined the party because it was expected of you, and if you were going to be the mayor of some, whether small town or big city, you got to be a party member. And that's basically it at some point. And everything with the Nazis, you have to look at different points in time when you study them, their stages of power. But, and it very much, in 1933, when the Nazis get the majority in the Reichstag and start to take over the government, there is a clear distinction between the party and the government. By 1945, there's a lot less distinction, and the Nazi program is to slowly, because they're not really revolutionaries, but they're somewhat, is to merge party and government into one thing. Not to have the party and the government working as two entities beside each other. They were just going to merge it into one thing. So at some stage, not that it was ever worked out fully, partially because of the war, interrupts the plan. But, at some point, basically, if you're going to hold any position of significant responsibility, you've got to be a member of the party. So basically, the Western Allies say no to all of this. For a time, if you're the technician that runs the water pumping plants in Berlin or some city, that keeps, the water flowing into the showers and the, sinks and whatnot in the city, once they get that back up and running, or they're used to help get back up and running. If they're a Nazi party member and they're just some, technician, not a position of responsibility as in, decision making, but just some technical guy, and you're not a war crimes kind of guy, meaning you weren't the SS or something, Yeah, you're probably allowed to, depends where, when, what occupation, and also when in the timeline. Yeah, you're probably okay at continuing to, your job at running the, the city water system or the electrical system or whatever it is. So long as you're not being found to be, war crimes or whatever, you're probably going to be okay there and continue with your job. But if you're any sort of like elected official or appointed official that manages things, not just America, but America to some degree is heading this up on the Western Allies side. They're saying no. We're going to start off with a military occupation. In essence, there is no civil government functioning inside Germany that in the areas that we control. It is a martial law, martially, militarily, if you don't know what martial means, martially run society. Meaning whether it's the electricity or the water or the traffic police, they're going to be militarized. So I don't know, and a lot of the police don't get used. I don't know if that's 100% statement, but it's it's MPs from the British, from the Americans that are running the traffic. It's just all of that, and so they really work with a denazification program because they definitely don't want the Nazi police involved in running the the police organizations after the war. That they're slowly building up over time to more and more local governments, to eventually, at some point, you create the Federal Republic of Germany. And I'm not good at dates as to when this happens. And even then, they're not allowed to have an army. They're allowed to have a police force. They're allowed to have a border guards force. Now, the border guards force has machine guns and combat rifles. Initially, at least the first new stuff is like FNFALs, semi-auto rifles that they're getting, or full select fire rifles. I mean, early on they probably using leftover World War II stuff. But so they're functioning with like a militarized police. But yeah, they have got machine guns and whatever, but they don't have artillery or tanks. at this stage. Eventually, they start getting allowed to have an army, the Bundeswehr, and they're being equipped with a lot of, at least heavy equipment, American stuff, either World War II leftovers or because they get, if you know the M18 American light tank destroyer, Germany ends up buying like 300 of them from Italy. So Italy's got them from America, another occupation country, deciding they don't need that model anymore. Either they're downsizing their army at that point, or they're upgrading it to like maybe M36s or something from America. And they're going, well, what do we do with them? So they end up selling something like 300 to West Germany, the Federal Republic of Germany, and giving over. So there's all these stages, and it's really only the Soviet Union shutting down their part and the subsequent Berlin airlift, etc., that divides up what is going to be Germany. Denmark's got its little piece of territory back, back down to there. Belgium, the Netherlands, I think they may even grab up a slight bit of territory that wasn't theirs in 1939. France has gotten its old border back. Poland's pushed way in, and Czechoslovakia's got its old border. Austria's got its old border with Germany back. So that's all happening. Other than, taking away territory, which, includes a lot of East Prussia. And East Prussia is both here and sort of over here. There's West Prussia territory way out here. Sort of like there, but this is still sort of kind of East Prussia as the Prussian state. But they're losing a lot of this territory. They lose Breslau to whatever it's called today in Poland. They're losing all this territory. But the rest was just going to be Germany until the Soviets are going from occupation to establishing a government that is acceptable to Stalin and whatnot in the Soviets. It's a puppet government. And definitely the early Federal Republic is most assuredly a puppet government, primarily of the Americans, but still France and Britain are still very much part of it. So I hope that sort of is both. Well, let me see what the chat's been saying while I've been going over this. Yes, at least divided weekend at the British and the Austrians opposed it. Yeah, fearing. Yeah, now France has its own agenda, but France is weak. It can't really insist upon anything at the end of World War II. Yeah, maybe potential communist uprising in German states. Yes, there's always that. After World War I, that is not World War II. Oh, okay, yes. West Germany did have a sort of Nazi party in the late 40s by former... Yeah, I forget what it was called. I have one book. They published a bunch. I bought, in English it's titled When All Our Brothers Are Silent, I believe, and whatever that is in German. And it is published. It's a big thick, like 2-inch thick. You guys can figure in Europe, can figure out how thick that is. But it's like 2-inch thick, big heavy book. There's it's sort of a photo book, but each photo has a sort of a paragraph of a, description of the photo. Not just, sort of talking about history. So it's a mix of histories and photos, meaning you can sort of follow through it. And it's a book on the SS, or the Waffen-SS. And it was published by the former veterans, or whatever exactly, I forget the exact title, of the Waffen-SS organization. Meaning, it was the Waffen-SS who published this book. But you cannot legally have either the Western Allies and this was published back like in the 70s or the 80s. I think my copy is from the 80s and not necessarily first edition. I know I got it in the 80s bought it new. You couldn't have a Waffen-SS organization, but you could have an organization made up of former members of the Waffen-SS. So the only way to be a member of this organization is to have been a member of the Waffen-SS. So it's sort of a disguised, if you will, continuation of the Waffen-SS. And of course, as time goes on, they get older and older and older people. They age out eventually. There are sort of Nazi hidden, Nazi and other names organizations allowed to exist. Very controversial in Germany whether they should or could exist. But the Western Allies at this time, and I'm talking the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, even into the 80s, the Western Allies would not have allowed that or any other party to get any serious political or levels of control. At some point during the Cold War, shall we say, up until the end of the Cold War, had there become, even to call it another name, a follow-on Nazi organization that was not just getting a seat or two somewhere in some city council or the Bundestag or whatever, not just a seat or two, but really getting popular support, the Western Allies would have clamped down. I mean, gone in and arrested people, the party leaders, banned the party, put the people in jail. It was still a puppet government until the end of the Cold War, very much so. If you guys don't know that, if you're not old enough. I know some of you guys are old here. I mean, SS Commander Joachim Peiper, after massacring, he decided just to live there until he would. Yes, exactly. Peiper was one of those who got there. Well, got it. Okay, see you, Lum, if you haven't already left. See ya. Okay, hello, Exurgin. Good to see you here, my friend. All borders being pushed westward, really. Well, eastern borders being pushed westward. Yes, absolutely. In here. Absolutely. Oh, and the Soviets are pushing Poland, eastward too. Yes. Yeah, the party is a socialist Reich party. Yes. 5 centimeters to 2 inches. Yes. Just so you people who use the communist measurements. Yes. Yeah, there was a group that wanted to get pensions for former Waffen-SS members. Yeah, like I say, I bought it many, many years ago, the book. I was, early teens at the time, I think, or maybe late teens, somewhere in my teens, in California, in a very nice neighborhood, very sort of beach neighborhood. I don't want to quite be too specific, but in this part of, in Orange County. I didn't live there. I mean, it's not like I lived there. I could rarely get down there at the time. So it's like before I was 16 or something, I think I probably would have been at the age because I couldn't drive. And it was a very sort of expensive military, mostly bookshops, some completed models. Not like a model shop where you could buy models, but sort of some sort of military art. I think the guy that was running it was, owner operated. I think he was a Waffen-SS guy. He was definitely German. He was definitely of the age to be from World War II. He had a bunch of, not only the book I bought, but a bunch of other really nice books that we, on Liebstandard, on, lots of bookshelves. Oh, also books on the Luftwaffe and whatnot. So he might have been Luftwaffe. I didn't, I never inquired that much. I was only in there probably less than 10 times total. But probably, I'm guessing Waffen-SS or something like that, veteran. But definitely, I would say a German military veteran of World War II that ran this shop. It wasn't all SS or Waffen-SS stuff. But like I say, there was, and it wasn't all just German stuff. But he, it was a high-end bookshop. Smallish bookshop, but in a very nice sort of high scale, shopping mall, very high scale shopping mall, and had other high end military books, but he did have a sort of what seemed to be a complete collection of the books that were published with, everything was both in English and German. So, every like photo description, there was an English caption and a German caption. And for the other books, any of the main text was both in German and in English. And they were printed, I believe, they were definitely published in Germany. I'm not sure where my book's in right now, actually, in a different house in a cardboard box that I don't know exactly which cardboard box. I can't go get it to look it up. So I don't know where it was actually printed, because sometimes you get those printed in other countries. But it was published by this, veterans organization, so they paid for the publication of it. And so this small, and this is obviously pre-internet age and whatnot. So yeah, that was still out there, because I've, in one way or known, veterans of various, I don't, most of them I wouldn't call friends, but I've known veterans of these various German military organizations, including, like, I suspect him to be a Waffen SS veteran. And him more just met. I don't remember his name or anything, and best fuzzy face, sort of grayish white hairs, sort of remember. Now, one of my good friends for a number of years, he was a young boy and a Hitler Youth member during World War II. Completely was anti-Nazi by the time I knew him, living in America. I'm pretty sure he's not alive, so I'll admit. And his name was Hans Krieger. Very, very German name. I think you will all agree. Hans Krieger. So, from Hanover, I do know. Like I say, I knew him very well, and I would call him very much a friend. Yes, the Swedish members still live in my country. Yeah, well, they're getting old now. Holiday Punch still getting his pension a year for about US dollars. He was like 101 and 105. Yes, like I say, most of the actual veterans are dying off now. I definitely, back in the 70s, which is, only like 30 years later, lots and lots of your veterans that you met were World War II vets. I have a few family members that were World War II vets, American, obviously, that I knew. Obviously, most of them didn't live near me, so I didn't they weren't my grandparents. Grandparents' brothers were in the war, but neither of my two grandfathers were, for different reasons. Yes. When did you last have Hoi 3 open? 4 years, 5 years ago? I still want to do one. I don't know if I ever get to it. One last update for Third Reich events. Figure out what version of Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 3 I'd want to base it on and do it. I still have a very strong urge to play all that Exergen, but I don't know when, if I'll ever get to modding it to my satisfaction to want to play it again. But I do have a strong urge just to play it for myself, and I would very willingly my dream is to do two things. One, get my mod done and do one more grand playthrough as Germany for the channel, and as well as get it mod through, find at least 6 people that have the computer processing power and decent enough internet connection that we can functionally play it as a multiplayer game, and play it slowly to give everybody time, not try to, click fest at trying to get it through, and play and capture that. And it would be nice if there were a couple other people who, not necessarily like big name streamers, but somebody who, whether we stream it or not, or just simply make episodes, so that people could have like an allied player, a access player, and if not more than that, to see the different perspectives afterwards. And that's sort of why I wouldn't want to stream it. So, weeks or months later, that start putting it up, so I wouldn't see what they were talking about in their chat, voice chat room, while, the Western Allies guys versus the Access guys and their planning and whatnot. I would really love to do those two things. It's just my life through various things, including being very, very sick for months. And I'm still I'm out of California, but I'm still dealing with renovating and moving here in my secret mountain base. It's in Arizona, people, if you don't know, but I'm not going to get more specific other than in the mountains somewhere in Arizona. So it's not like down in the big city of Phoenix or something, but I'm some small town. So yes, I definitely want to get back to Hoi 3 someday. Hello, David, or Strongarm. Good to see you here. Well, neutral if you, yes, my Swedes were neutral. Yeah, I would say politically they were neutral on the war. I have a nice book I read, 30 years ago or more, still have it, that covers let's see, what was it? Sweden, Switzerland, and I think Turkey. About 1/3 or so of the book on each of those countries, dealing with the neutrals and how they dealt with the war and their interactions with the other nations and whatnot. I think it's focusing just on those three countries. I don't think, if I remember correctly, not Spain or Portugal, but the other three that were sort of countries surrounded by the war. And talked about how Switzerland had one train route they could take down to part of the port of Genoa in English, there that scheduled, and they would publish out to everybody when they're sailing and their basic course, and the ships were covered in painted Swiss flags, and so everybody, the Western Allies, the Axis, could track the ships to know where they came from, where they're going to, and their basic sailing routes. So it wasn't like Italy or Germany just putting flags on a random ship and calling it Swiss. The Western Allies, and as well as the Axis. So the Allies couldn't do the same thing. So everyone knew where they were going, what they were doing. You could monitor them. So whether trading, somewhere with somebody else, and basically mostly with through Switzerland. The cargoes weren't inspected; they were sealed. So this way, say Switzerland could sell certain mechanical and optics devices to the British. They would go to somewhere like Portugal, and Portugal would get them to Ireland, and Ireland would get them to the British. That kind of thing during the war. War material. So they, sort of circuitous routes going on. So they were, bringing in food, bringing in raw materials from certain places. Similarly with Switzerland, similarly with Turkey, these were various conventions were going on to keep things happening. Holiday Punch. I would highly recommend at least more or less the last version. I know Exergen and I tried to get some stuff modded. We didn't like some of the changes. I mean, you never like everything. Some of the changes that we were going to mod out of the Black Ice Hoi 3 version, Hearts of Iron 3 version of Black Ice, that mostly we really liked. And again, I haven't, like I say, it's been 3 or 4 years since I've opened it up, really since Exergen and I were working together way back whenever that was. But our lives just got complicated and we didn't finish the project that we started. I'd love to finish it. I just need either time or help, one of the two, because I could help guide people who are willing to do the grunt work, but I'm willing to take their input, because I know working with Exergen, he had his ideas and I was at least taking some of them. It's not like just got to be my way. I mean, there's a few things that maybe I won't budge on, but a lot of stuff I'm willing to negotiate one way or the other. But yeah, that was a really good version of the game. There's still a few strategic problems that have been solved. I mean, maybe not 100%, but more or less solved. It's like the supply problem. You get way back out here, as the Germany invading the Soviet Union, supply just becomes impossible. It just really does. But here with the railway system, supply out here where there's no railways, yeah, that's near impossible. But along the, if you control the railways, getting supply out to keep key things here, it works. And so, yeah, if you were to, Germany invading across here, you're just going to, your units are going to die from lack of supplies, basically. But, following the rail routes, which is the reality, really, and there's, the rivers are something of a thing, but, so, which really means that, you can't do the, I'm just going to flank down here and around them. Nope. And I know in Hearts of Iron 3, there's infrastructure levels, absolutely. But the way Hearts of Iron 3, I'm sure it hasn't changed, calculates, we need supply in this province. So we're going to send it out from Berlin to this province. Oh, they won't take the supply that shows up here and move it to here. They go, oh, well, we don't need it anymore. Let's send it back and send new supplies out from Berlin to this province. That's the problem. It is meaning however long it takes to get from Berlin to here, it'll get there eventually, if there's infrastructure levels enough. And if you sit there long enough, it'll get there and the unit will be able to continue to survive because it'll function. But once it moves, it needs to recalculate it and send it from the, center source, which is Berlin, to this other thing. It won't go, oh, well, the supply was supply was right here and no longer need it here. Oh, well, you need it here. Let's just, send it to the new place. It won't do that. So that's not that big of an issue when you're talking around here. And it's not that big of an issue when you're talking about going through the sea, ports. It's a big issue once you're talking further away. And even if you get 100% positive infrastructure level, it's still a problem. So there's still a spot on supply. Yeah, that's sort of the killer. On 2019 it was. Okay, so it's been, over 6 years. Or about there, because obviously what time of year it was, I forget. But yeah, so, and that's really, I probably looked at it since then a little bit, but not much. So that's sort of the killer with some of the stuff. And just as there was, I forget the modder and the mod, he was developing railways for Hearts of Iron 3. He was working with Paradox with the idea that it was maybe going to become a sold DLC and he was going to get a cut of it or get paid out or whatever. I don't know the financial relationship. But that was killed when they decided to announce Hearts of Iron 4. And then Hearts of Iron 4 takes like a year and a half longer to get out, and they should have worked with the guy and completed, let him complete the mod and then go in and polish it up a little bit and sell it as a DLC. They would have made huge amount of money. The big thing it was to add a type of railways to the system. Because in Hearts of Iron 4, there is still no supply. There is supply effects, if you will. So the effects of not having supplies matters out here, and here is the rail capacity. So if you have a continuous rail capacity out to here of a certain level, because there's various levels of rail capacity, 1 through 5. Here, if it's, send out, well, it will supply a certain amount of, divisions depending on its traceable routes of supply. And airplanes, if you have an airport up here and you have a cutoff section here, you can't, or even if it's not cut off, but there isn't enough rail or other supply, you can fly in, and then locally you can dedicate how much trucks to do truck supply from a railhead. So they definitely have supply effects enough, and it's sophisticated enough now, not when it was first released, but now with the railways, in my opinion, to finally be better than Hearts of Iron 3. Now, there's still good enough reasons to play Hearts of Iron 3 with Black Ice, with a lot of the mods. There's still good enough reasons. It's just the realism of how effective, supply just dies. So for America, it's not that big of an issue because mostly where they're going, they can get a port and then, push supplies into that port. And then, like if they land here, push supplies overland to wherever. They're not having to go, so globally, if you can do, seaborne supplying, you're okay. But once you're getting into too long, that is the problem. That is the supply situation. And the other one I would have to say, looking back, 6 years later, which they still haven't entirely fixed for Hearts of Iron 4, is the bad combat AI. Basically, so enemy AI. And that is part of the reason I would love to do a Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice with the various mods, historically based mods, not just mine, but some of the others that all work well. Get that all built out, is so that you can have somebody else or a team of players to competently play against you. And very obviously, I'm just sitting here talking, but do a series that isn't me lecturing while we're playing. We're just playing, and mostly just you would hear me mostly just communicate. If I'm playing as Germany, Whether I have underlings, then that gets harder and harder because the more people you have plugged into the game, the maybe slower it runs. But definitely have like an Italian player, a Japanese player. I don't know if you'd have more than that on the Axis, but definitely us communicating and planning with each other, as well as me just maybe narrating, what I'm doing, oh, hey, let's build some more subs or whatever. But just really focused on playing. But play the game, but make it as slow that, we pause it to everybody, and be able to have a joint room that you could go in and chat with the other people with, okay, you ready to start the clock rolling in? Okay, we roll the clock for however long we want to roll the clock. Okay, stop. Everybody then switches up, makes their new plan moves, and then sort of in a way, not turn-based in that you take your turn, I take my turn, but sort of it would be sort of a we go, both sides go at the same time turn. So everybody plans out their battle maneuvers and their production, take the time you need to, do your production, do your diplomacy, do all that stuff. And then we, go, let it go for a little ways, whether that's hours or days. And then, okay, we're ready. Okay, let's freeze it, do the planning, turn it on again, and that kind of thing. I would really love to do that. I would insist, and I would do it both from the Axis side as well as the Allied side, more or less a historically, shall we say, diplomatic game. And the reason, and I say it that way, is because, hey, if the Western Allies, once, America's involved, once it's all sort of going, they want to invade Norway, they can. But they can't, Britain can't just decide, in 1938 to invade Norway. Or, we might make the thing that says unless Spain and or Portugal actually joins the Axis, the Western Allies can't invade. It's sort of up to the Axis whether they somehow diplomatically get that in. Doesn't mean it can happen, but if they somehow do, or if they were to invade, because I would sort of say historically the Western Allies were not going. Yeah, I know they did pseudo invade out here, Portugal, but they did not do a major land invasion. They did not invade the major colonies down here. They sort of secured not the Canary Islands from Spain, but the Azores from Portugal. Yeah, little historical things like that I would allow, obviously, because it happened historically. But basically, hands off Ireland, unless Germany's conquering it because they're the aggressive nation or coalition or whatever you want to say. So sort of within historical parameters, but, and sort of up to a point, it's sort of only under certain conditions could the Soviet Union declare war on Germany, like as if Germany's being defeated, then the Soviet Union could jump in if it hadn't already. But once the two are at war with each other, then it's all up to the Soviet player, the strategic decisions he wants to make, whether hold the frontier, hold the interior lines, where he wants to do his offensives, what his productions, all that kind of stuff is entirely up to the player. It's more the, shall we say, the big diplomatic stuff. I would love to play one or more games of that type of war game against a human thinking opponent, not trying to beat the AI, trying to beat a realistic, somebody, both sides playing realistic World War II against each other. That would be my dream. That would be my dream. And I hope it would be entertaining. Okay, yeah, spot on supply. Let's see. So double bubble problem, yeah. Don't think I've ever used the plain supply support in Hoi 4 to supply like an encircled unit. Yeah, it will do us an encircled unit, or it can just deal with the idea of you have good supply up here wherever the air base is here. And I wish air bases could be more provincial level as opposed to state level. Meaning so I could have an airbase here, an airbase here, and an airbase here if I wish to, as opposed to just one wherever the designated spot. I don't more or less like the state mechanic. I from the beginning, I've not liked it. I think it should mostly go away. And if you go, well, then you could build too many factories. Just go do the old infrastructure levels of just saying most of these provinces, no factories, period. So for building things like anti-aircraft guns and factories, you just build them in the Smolensk province. You wouldn't be able to like spam them out in other places. And part of course, now, which I'm just only really sort of learning, is using, electricity as the limiting factors for industrial capacity versus infrastructure or infrastructure or this sort of, infrastructure levels. Let me click on something that you can see this kind of level, because that's the max I could do in this province. Instead of or in this state, I should say, instead of having this limitation, I would move it either to the cities, or who cares, and just limit it to the amount of electricity each province can, or you're generating, and can go to each province and whatnot. So if you want to build factories that have no electricity, whether they're in a, urban setting or whether they're in a complete rural setting, it wouldn't matter if there's no electricity there, that kind of thing. So, I'd get rid of the states entirely, and just have events that sort of like, when you get to Sudetenland, you get, 3 states, those 2, and this one down here. You just get that collection of provinces, and not try to create the state, because these are ridiculous, quite honestly. Okay, Soviet ambassador has contacted our diplomats proposing a trade agreement between our countries. According to the proposal, the Soviet Union will send us raw materials such as grain, cotton, oil, metal ores, and rubber in exchange. I didn't know they actually sent rubber or rubber. They did, maybe. I don't know. I don't remember that if they did. In exchange, the Soviets will receive an incomplete. This is what I was talking about earlier. Okay, so it was a Hipper-class cruiser that Germany was building, plans for other military vessels, heavy naval guns, samples of German aircraft. This agreement will undoubtedly help us in the war effort against hostile nations in Europe, allowing us to find the means to evade potential enemy blockades. So, I'm going to do this because I don't know if the game is modeled well enough. Like I talked about it earlier, the Soviets could not build, as far as I know, and if anybody ever gets better information, and you got to cite your sources, Wikipedia doesn't count, but cite credible sources. I mean, it may be true in Wikipedia, but it just doesn't. Now, you will at times see in a Wikipedia article that will cite a source, and that would be, you could cite that source to me. Look that up. But to the best of my knowledge, the Soviet Union could not build the T-34 or the KV series of tanks. It just could not. It could design them. It could build like the engines for them. It could build the tracks. It could build a transmission. It could even build a body for them in the rough outline. It could just not build thick enough rolled steel armor for those vehicles. It could not do so. And I'm not even sure how they got the welding technology to build that. Because the Italians did not have the industrial technology to weld together 2 thick pieces of steel. The Americans did. The British did. I think the British did. The Germans definitely did. The 2 top of the welding, to my knowledge, were the Americans and the Germans in welding technology. Not sure about the French. If you look at a lot of the big heavy ships, even at that time, they're still riveting their hulls together. The Italian tanks, they riveted the hulls of the tanks together because they did not have the welding technology to weld their armor up. And when I say the technology, it doesn't mean somebody somewhere in Italy did not have the knowledge and or the welding equipment to do so. They just did not have the capability at scale. So there might be somebody somewhere that could do something along these lines, but not to produce a lot of something, at scale. The Soviets, because you need big machines, could not roll the steel at the right. You do it. It's heated up. You roll it into the shapes. You roll it out. Produce it. So it's not just the Soviets might be able to cast big chunks of steel because casting is different, and then you can do various quenching processes to make it harder. Not just mild steel to make it armored steel. But they could not roll the steel. And if you look at some of the Shermans you looked at, they have cast holes that are then partially for future access. You meaning to be able to take it apart to work on it and put it back together. But if you look at the front of the Sherman, those are bolted on. and they're bolted on and not riveted on because they're meant to be somewhere in the, at least in theater, if not actually in the field, meaning somewhere like in North Africa, but maybe not at the front lines, but somewhere in North Africa, to be able to unbolt that front and get at the transmission up front, the drivetrain front part of the transmission, get at it, whether to replace it or repair it, and then quickly get it. Where the Germans, you had to literally, in some cases, cut out pieces of equipment, definitely unbolt pieces of equipment, maybe remove the turret depending on the tank, and remove part of the top deck to pull that same thing out from the inside out, if you had to replace it. Whether it broke, got damaged from, enemy fire, whatever it is. It's not like in War Thunder, my transmission now, I got 30 seconds, let's repair it. No, you got to pull and so it's much harder to get in and maintenance it from the Germans. The Americans very much looked at their design level, their initial design level, maintaining these machines, not just weapons, but trucks or whatever, but maintaining these machines on another part of the globe. It was thought out that far ahead, because America wasn't going to fight World War II at home. It was going to fight World War II over the seas, and then possibly in places like North Africa or the jungles of Burma or Papua New Guinea or wherever it was. It's going to fight there, not close to home. So they maintenance design. But the Americans, even at the start of the war, and why you get the Grants and the Lees, basically the same tank, they have that gun mounted lower in the sponsons. It's not because they thought that was a good place to put it. And if you look at those tanks, at the very, very end, they did make a few welded ones, just sort of a proof of concept, and then they decided not to make any more because they're going to make the Sherman. But the reason they put that down there, that gun down there, is because they did not, at least at scale, did not have the casting process in any place to build a big enough turret and make it, cast armor to put a 75 millimeter gun in it. They just did not have that technology. They had the technology to make the cast turret for the 37 millimeter technology. Yeah, as in technically to know how to do it, but also implement it at scale of production. So they knew they needed a turret to move around and shoot at a bunch of different targets quickly, or relatively quickly, and they knew they needed that, so they did a pretty decent 37 millimeter gun, maybe the best. We could argue that one out, and we can look at stats, but if not the best, one of the top 2 or 3 guns in that category of 37 millimeter guns. Because you look at the very, very bad one of the good for 1916 France, the 37 millimeter French Hotchkiss gun that's put in the the FT-17 and other similar guns. They're still using literally leftover guns from World War I and World War II in France, and they're even installing them in new tanks. The R-35 and the H-35. They're not old used ones. They just built enough that were left in storage that they loaded in. Those are very low velocity, not very good. The Japanese ones weren't very good. The Italians were also very poor. An anti-tank projectile. They might be decent at lobbing a 37 millimeter high explosive rounds at an enemy machine gun position or something, but not good at penetrating the armor. The Germans were rather good with their Pak 36 guns that are put also basically the same gun, different mounting and other changes in it, but the same chambering, shoots the same projectile in the Panzer III. Doing that gun, that's a very good gun. The Americans' 37s are also very good guns that are used up until the end of the war in the Stuart tanks. The Stuart M5 tanks are still using, they're starting to bring in the 75 millimeter Chaffee, but they're still using lots of the M5 Stuarts. The Americans are that 37 millimeter gun is still, it's not being, it does have some anti-tank capabilities, but it's not like meant to take on a Panther or something. But it's very good for what it is. But they could not build a large enough turret diameter for the turret ring, cast that whole thing in there. And if you look at some of the Shermans have welded holes, some of the Shermans have cast holes because they get the casting technology and to be able to do it large eventually. That's obviously the Sherman turrets, but that's not ready in 1941, when, before America enters the war, and they're building both new tanks for themselves and building initially grants for the British, but the grants, they want that radio operation in the turret, so they elongate the back of the turret, and they call it the. Oh no, it starts out to the Lee. The Americans, the Lee. They give some of the, or sell some of the Lees to the British, and then they want to change it, and that becomes the Grant, and so it's a little elongated turret. Same turret ring, just elongated in the back to have the radio and the thing. And there's pictures of them side by side, the Grants and the Lees, fighting in North Africa. So the British use them as if they're interchangeable. They prefer the Grant over the Lee, but they'll use either one until they get better tanks. And so, the armor technology is welding technology, rolling the steel plates, rolling various things. So the Soviets, I believe, could cast heavy armor, but they couldn't roll heavy armor until the Germans, through basically one of these trade agreements, gives them. Now, the reason I'm going to do this, because it will help Germany out, shouldn't be happening now, but because we're not at war, we're not running whatever, but is because, like what we saw, the Winter War happened, and this happened without the Molotov Pact. So I don't know that this game is well organized enough to really benefit us to not get this, because this will benefit us in some ways. The tungsten, rubber, and other things here as we continue to work up. And let me save this, because we're going to end this here. We started late, but we went long too, so good. So save game. We will get back much more factories once we get rid of the MIFO bills of being at war, and we do other levels of mobilization as well for a war economy. You can see conversion and other elements. So we hopefully will have use for the greater production. Hello, Kenny Rayman. How you doing? Supply is better than when it was released, for sure. Oh, yes. Yeah. They've even admitted publicly. And I, even though still technically under an NDA from what I knew from the inside, so I'm a little careful of what I say about it, but they say they really don't even want the process talked about too much. Not that they really, really care, from the NDA that I signed for the closed beta testing but they've publicly come out and admitted that, very much so, that they announced the game too soon. They should not have announced it until it was fully in beta with their private beta, let alone the one that closed but public beta. Because I was not like the employee beta team or alpha team or whatever you want to call it. But once they publicly allowed people into the closed beta, outside, that's when I got involved. I was already involved with them, and as well as modding prior to that point, with Paradox, not so much the Hoi 4 team, a little bit. But they've publicly come out and said, yeah, we announced the game way too early. And because of that, because if you understand about Paradox, I don't know exactly the details. I'm sure I could look it up, but there's Paradox Interactive and there's Paradox Development Studios. I don't know quite how much they're a separate entity, as an illegal entity, but the Paradox Development Studios developed Hoi 4, as well as other games like EU and Victoria and whatever. I don't know exactly their current catalog. Paradox Interactive publishes the games, as well as publishes from outside development houses. My understanding is, once the game was announced, there was a lot of pressure from Paradox Interactive onto Paradox Development Studios to get Hoi 4 out. I don't know how much, because they don't tell us, how much that was internal pressures of needing the money versus we've already announced this, this has been about 1.5 years and you still haven't released the game. So it was a long time since they announced it to when they even let us into the, the outsiders into their closed beta. And you had to be vetted to be in the closed beta. They had to know who you were, really. And I was very much involved with things, so they knew who I was, so I got in. Sort of despite being a YouTuber, because they really didn't want YouTubers, because, liable to talk. It was mostly to be players, but I was involved enough. There were some other bigger YouTubers too, but even though I was a small-time YouTuber at the time, they let me in because they sort of kind of knew me. Just again through internet stuff, not like I'm their buddies or anything like that. Just want to make claims. I don't want people to think I'm claiming something I wasn't. So that they've admitted that they released, even once they released it, and I think, and I don't know the internal dynamics, but it was from pressure, I do believe, outside of the development team to get the damn thing released at some point. I don't know all of the reasons for that pressure, but they released the game way too early, and most of us beta people, the outside guys, we weren't satisfied that the game was ready, either from a design feature element or from a lack of bugs element. So yeah, they released the thing too early. Now it is a mature game. Now it's really good. And I do mean that, really good. Now I have, crash outs videos you can find of me crashing out of certain mods that I think have either gone off the rails or just whatever. I don't know the current state because it's like I say, it's been more than 2 years since I opened this game up, and I have not touched any of the mods. This is an unmodded game. I may get back into that someday, but overall the game is really good. Still has its issues, not arguing that, but it is now a really mature, good game. There are still some things I like about Hoi 3 better. There's definitely, like Railways, who are seeing the train here, I like better about Hoi 4. So my dream game would be somewhere in between the two, both in aesthetics. To me, I can take or leave these 3D graphics. I don't need those 3D graphics. Reasonably pleasant 2D flat map, I would actually prefer. I don't hate the 3D. It's not like a dislike for me, but I don't need it. It doesn't add anything to me. Now, maybe that's because I'm an old school tabletop war gamer and didn't grow up with computer games. I grew up with, tabletop games, and then computer games came along. So, and I definitely hate the big men standing around. Don't mind when you click on the ships that you have, big ships out at sea, because ships are big. I don't mind that. I really don't. Don't maybe love it, but I don't mind it. Because ships are a big object. But big soldiers, nah, I don't like it. It's not a game killer for me, but it's not what I like. So, yeah, Hoi 4 is now a good, mature World War II grand strategy game. I could do different. I would do different, but whether everyone would think what I would do is better, I don't know, but I would do different. Okay, let's just wrap up the chat here. Trade agreement, that was the main stream thing that rushed the Tiger tank. Yeah, okay. By January 40, there were only 2 T-34 prototypes that were made by Mikhail Kulshin, but they obviously had issues in their design. Yeah, and I don't know January 1940. That's obvious because September 39, I don't know when the big steel rolling machines were there. But is that even armor? Are those 2 prototypes even armor? I'm not saying they're not metal, but sometimes your prototypes will not be, armor in that it's, hardened steel that eventually comes. And then how thick is the metal of the outside of that tank? See, I'm not talking about the engine. I'm not talking about the transmission. I'm not talking about the wheels, road wheels, whatever you want to call them, the sprockets. I'm not talking about the tracks, making the individual links. I'm not even talking about making the gun barrel. I'm talking about making the thickness and whatnot of the steel. To my knowledge, and prove me wrong if I'm wrong. I would love to be proved wrong because I want to know the truth. But my understanding is the Soviet Union, at least at scale, producing a lot of something, could not produce the thickness needed of the rolled steel for the KV series and the T-34 series. I know later on you got the Joseph Stalin, the IS or JS series. That's also follows on. Not that they couldn't build themselves up to it, but at the sort of 1940 to 1942 period, the Soviets did not have that capability to build that levels of steel. That's my understanding. And so if you look at like the T-35 or some of the other large behemoth tanks earlier than that, they do one big one that's thick armor. But that's later. But earlier on, the early multi-turret, those things don't have much more thickness in armor than like the T-26 light tank or the BT series fast tank. It sort of becomes a light tank as tanks get heavier, but it's more of a medium tank at the time, but it's fast. They're not really much thicker in the armor. They're just bigger machines. And so that's what I'm talking about, is that rolled steel armor at that kind of thickness made out. That's my understanding. The Soviets did not have the technology to make it functionally. I could be wrong. I would love to know if I'm wrong. I would love to know. Not that I want to be wrong, but I would love to know if I'm wrong. But that's my understanding. And the Germans give/sell, whatever. I mean, it's a trade-off for things. The capability for the Soviets to be able to make that armor. And once you get one or two of the big rolling machines and seeing how they're made, you can even use to some degree some of their output to make components to make more of those rolling machines. You sort of kind of, it's not necessarily need them for reverse engineering partially for that, but partially it's also just those are huge ass machines that you need to have, and you need sort of, intermediate stages up to build that stuff. So yeah, I'm not disputing anyway, the two prototype T-34s. I didn't know that it was specifically January 1940. I do know that they are in the process of learning from the BT series tanks, which comes from Christie. I mean, they literally buy a couple of Christie's tanks. Christie thinks he's going to get large orders for them, or they're going to produce them locally but pay him money. They don't. License it. They don't. They just steal from him. Christie's always hard up for money. But basically the BT-3 is just a Soviet-built Christie, and then the BT-5 and the BT-7 are upgunned, up-engined, whatever, improvements on the Christie. Because the Christie design has the power from the engine to the road wheels, not to sprockets, but to the road wheels. So you can take the tracks off and drive them, and particularly fast, on roads. Where normal takes, when you take the track off, they don't go anywhere because it's the sprocket at the front that moves the track, and the wheels down the road just roll. They just distribute weight and roll along. But with the Christie tank, those wheels themselves roll, so you can drive it with or without the tracks. And on good, hard, flat surfaces, they're, if not as good, actually better than not having the tracks on them. So being sort of an armored car, if you will, they're actually better that way. Now, getting on mud, dirt, other soft things, having the tracks is better. So you sort of need to understand it. So I do understand that the Soviets are learning from Christie, and you see a lot of Christie elements, though they've gone back to needing the tracks on for the sprocket up at front for the T-34. They're developing that independently of having the heavy armor. They're just technologically progressing. Because the Soviets do inherit a few FT-17s from the Whites. They capture them, and the Whites had a few of those, the Imperial Russians. But they do fairly early on start building a pseudo copy of the FT-17. But that's very primitive tank technology, and they're really through the 20s and whatnot. They're really slow developing stuff, maybe faster than most of the world realizes that they're moving along it, but they're still working up, and they're having to do most of that independently. They get a hold of, I think, a few of the Vickers tanks that are very similar looking, as you'll see, to the T-26. Some of the other really light tanks. I don't know if they get a hold of them or they just do enough industrial espionage. But one way or another, because you look at them, they're quite similar to some of the Vickers models. And then they get a hold of some Christie tanks and some Christie plans, buying them from Christie to get to that. So they really sort of need foreign examples to work from. And then there's local designers that are tweaking things, no doubt. But they're not just developing the T-26 or the Christies on their own. The bigger tanks, and you got to remember, in the 1920s, the early Licht tractors and Schwer tractors, or whatever they're called, Germans are building stuff and secretly taking it out to Russia to drive it around at one or two camps. And the Soviets are there watching the whole time. So they're trying to learn from the early German working out there, trying to absorb much from them. So they're mostly reliant upon foreign stuff to develop as opposed to internal development. And you really have to understand that to understand parts of World War II. Without all of that going on, without getting that Christie model, without looking at the Vickers stuff, without the German stuff. Not that the Soviets wouldn't have a tank. I think they would, but it would be much more primitive of a vehicle and something I think the Germans would have just curb stomped easily. So it's that kind of stuff that you have to do that to understand World War II, at least at the level I do. And hello, Tubies 871, how you doing? Any ideas that they should do different for Hoi 5? Yeah. Okay. If you're still around, I hope. And again, because of working with some of the people at the end of, I want to, very minimal working with Hoi 3, but interacting a bit with them even before I knew Hoi 4 was a thing. It's a pendulum with Paradox. Hoi 3, there were lots of complaints, okay? And the pendulum swung away from the complaints. This is why at first you didn't even have this intermediate level of generals. You just had the big level of generals. Because everyone complained about the order of battle chart, where you had the highest level field marshal and then the intermediate levels and then corps levels, and then of course you had generals appointed to divisions, actual generals, not just a pseudo guy. This isn't a real, you can promote him, but he isn't a real sort of historical person or thing. The problem wasn't with the order of battle. That's what everybody complained about, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was the requirements for most people to micromanage that order of battle. So people, when they're shorthand, when they complained about it, I don't think they expressed it well. Meaning that, and because of demand from the player base, those who are actually playing the game, not just who buy it and play it for 3 months and then go on to something else, but those who continue to play the game, obviously they went from a one overall commander to now having this is a army group commander, if you will, or theater commander. This is more of a army group commander or whatever, some degree. It's sort of muddled between theater / like as in Eastern Front theater. It is maybe a bit more of an army group commander. This is more of an army commander, though armies normally don't have 42 divisions. It can, in theory. Or 24 divisions or whatever. But it definitely still doesn't have the corps commander, and I cannot assign a divisional commander. The problem was, and I worked this out on paper, that somebody who could program better could have easily programmed up something that took Hearts of Iron 3s, and this is what I was talking about before Hearts of Iron 4s came out, could have easily taken the thing and go, oh, hey, this unit has this here, or let's come pop over here so you can demonstrate this unit that has, let me just click to edit it, has predominantly mountain units in here because it has the little triangle at the bottom of the thing. Let's see if we can find a divisional commander that has a mountain unit trait or whatever, and they may have multiple ones, but try to, match that up and auto assign a appropriate commander to a division. So this is why in Hearts of Iron 3, when you auto create, say, a Panzer division, you may get a guy commanding it that should command a fortress division, but he's been given a commander division. And if you have what would equivalent be a fortress, like a militia division or some sort of static division or something, not mobile, you may auto assign a fucking Panzer commander to it. They should have developed a better auto assign. So yeah, if I wanted to go in and create the historical order of battle of some country and put the historical, the 35th division gets the 35th division commander, if I want to micromanage it, I could go into Hoi 4 and do that. But if I don't care about that, or don't care about it except for maybe a few, hero divisions, some Waffen SS this, or the the Hermann Goering division, and wanting to put historical commanders in some hero divisions. Other than that, not really caring. I still want a good infantry division commander for an infantry division. I still want a good panzer division commander for a panzer division. So instead of, and they've only come, again, pressure pushed this back in. Trust me, the developer who developed Hearts of Iron 3, same guy who develops Hearts of Iron 4, Johan. Again, I don't know him well. I've interacted with him, but he probably wouldn't remember my name or even remember the interactions all these years later. I'm not trying to push out that I'm any more connected than I really was, but I know enough of this. They didn't want this at all. This was not in their design concept, and that is because of the pendulum swing over what they got complaints about, which would have been solved mostly with good auto assigns, and only really needing to play around with who the hierarchy is. If you're getting, you don't want like an army commander that commands, say, 3 corps, to have 1 corps on the Western Front, 1 corps on the Eastern Front, and 1 corps fighting down in Italy. Now, if you look at what you can play with modding, because again, I and Exergen have played with it to some degree, you can mod out the command length, how far away the corps divisions can be from the army. And it's fairly short, maybe rather historically correct, but fairly short in Hearts of Iron 3, which can mean, especially if you're playing something on the scale of the Eastern Front, that you can easily get divisions out of command radius. I'm not saying have, the corps commander here and a division down here. I'm saying having a corps commander here and having a division down here. And that, for a lot of people, micromanaging those relationships also gets to be a bit much. Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 3 as opposed to Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 4. Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 3 expanded out the radius significantly, to still be within command radius distance. So you didn't have to micromanage all of that, because most people, including myself, if one division swings a little too far out, we don't want to necessarily have to change it to another corps command and have to micromanage all of that all of the time. So what I would like to do is to go back to a sensible hierarchy. This is just one aspect of the game, is go back to a sensible hierarchy in which you would have the Hearts of Iron 3 type hierarchy. It can be on map, like in Hearts of Iron 3, with, a core chip unit sitting in a physical location. I would prefer that. But if not that, an off map, meaning, like here, kind of thing, and do that. That would be one thing I would do. Another thing would be to scrap though maybe now there could be good enough, but I don't know whose computer would be good enough. I would scrap the AI. They insisted that they could program a combat AI good. They cannot. I don't know if it's their programming knowledge, the inherent limitations of the programming language, or the computer power of, everybody's computer at home. I'm not talking about a modern day mainframe, something that does the AI stuff, whether that could be programmed or even have an AI that could learn how to do it, actually a learning AI. That would be a different matter, but that takes a lot more compute power than I have. If even the 3 computers that I have here, and I'm not talking about cell phones, but the 3 computers, the 2 laptops and my desktop here is sitting on the floor. But yeah, these 3 computers all linked together, they could not run the Hoi 4 game with a good combat AI. They just cannot. They said they could program it. They have not been able to demonstrate that programming ability. What I had presented and other people presented was battle plans, not sort of like what they did develop for the player, but that the AI would be able to have weighted battle plans, meaning like an offense plan and a defense plan for the Soviet Union, and weighted by, and that they may and to be able to open it up eventually with some sort of WYSIWYG type interactive so that people could program their own. But to have a programmed defensive plan for the Soviet Union, their point was, once the player learns how to defeat that, the replayability isn't good. Well, this is why I said, is to have weighted battle plans in which you could either develop by paradox or other players could develop battle plans that, as mods that you could bring into the game. And then the Soviet AI would randomly pick a battle plan, but you can have it rated, weighted. So that, based on certain ratings or whatever, or however you do it, some plans may only have a 1% chance of using, other plans may have a 20% chance of using. So you don't know what the initial defensive plan of the Soviet Union is going to use, or Belgium or France or whatever is going to use. You don't know what it's going to be. And once that plan is deemed to either failed, meaning it's, however you deem it failed, you mean it's like punched through a few places, or we're deciding on this front to go on to the offensive, what offensive plan? So it would follow the plan until it's decided to be failed, and then it would evaluate current conditions, what territories it holds, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Evaluate some conditions to then develop, you come to the next plan and then pick it out of a collection, Moscow area defense plan, or, or whatever it's labeled, several things. And then from several battle plans, pick one and try to implement the defense plan. And then, like I say, once it determines that it's built up enough reserves, enough of an army, well, maybe we'll go on the offensive, and then go on the offensive and then evaluate, are we being successful? Or, oh shit, all of our, offensives has failed. Let's go back on the defensive. Have a set of stuff. And they refuse to do it because, again, they replayability, and they claim they have yet to demonstrate all these years later that they can build a good AI at this scale. They can do reasonably good Doom stacks that move around, EU kind of maps and Crusader Kings. I have not played the newer Vicky's games. I've very, very little played the Vicky 2 or whatever. But Vicky 3, I know there was a lot of controversy because they were trying to abstract combat. Because I think they realized at that point they cannot do good military AIs, cannot, not won't, but cannot do good military AIs that aren't just Doom stacks that are sort of somehow, going around big medieval Doom stacks moving around Paris trying to conquer provinces. So trying to abstract, and again, I have not played it, so I can't really intelligently analyze it, but trying to abstract it because they see Vicky, yes, certainly you're conquering, bits and pieces of Africa or whatever. But that, again, sort of abstract by simply bringing in troops or whatever it is. Again, I haven't played it. And it's more of a empire building, with industry and infrastructure and diplomacy kind of game. So they've moved away. I wouldn't again, I have not played it, so I'm talking to some degree out of my ass, but I don't think Vicky is a war game. This is a war game with diplomacy involved. Bringing on Italy as an ally or not. I'm deciding not at this time. But this is a war game, not a diplomacy game. It's a war game with diplomacy, not a diplomacy with war. Yeah, as a sideline. So I would do some of these, and I could go on for days talking about various things that I would swing the pendulum around back and forth. I absolutely love that it's this. Okay. I wish it was more detailed. I wish it wasn't, light artillery, heavy artillery. No, you can have some division starting out in 1936 with heavy artillery. And I did an analysis. I went back in the day, again, before this game was released, I won't go into anything more than that, of German field artillery for World War II. And there was only one increment throughout the whole war, from 1936 until 1945, that upped the power of a 105 howitzer. Only one change that it did during the entire war. That I forget the models, I have to go back and look. That it made the gun more powerful in that the charge that shot the projectile out at longer ranges. So, one gun, if you have one gun here and it can shoot all this area versus one gun could just shoot over here, that one gun that can shoot more areas is more effective than limited areas. So even though the projectile isn't necessarily any more boom, but being able to in one position shoot at more things makes it more effective. All of the rest of German artillery development through World War II is doing one of two things. One, making it easier and cheaper, using less materials to produce, or making it lighter and more mobile. Not bigger booms, more effective, more combat effective. Just, we could argue whether more mobility, moving a division around is more combat effective or not. That we could argue. But definitely the rest is simplifying production through the war to make it cheaper and faster to produce. So the idea that German artillery, here, coming to here, progresses from this to somehow this as being better. Notice the name, Cannone 18, okay? Cannone 18. Like I said earlier in the day, 18 is a disguised number. It was a number to try to, when they were introducing it, whatever year, and I could look these up, whether it's in 27, before Hitler's in power, in 1937, whenever these are introduced, probably mostly before 1937, they're trying to sort of make it like, no, we really had these in 1918. No, they didn't. But when these are first being developed and coming out, they're trying to still sort of hide around. By the time they're getting to actually releasing the PaK 36, they're acknowledging that these are new, because it's basically 1936 that the PaK 36 comes into production. I don't know exactly year of development, year of adoption, year of starting production. I don't keep those kind of details in my head. I'm just a thinker who if I need that, I'll go look it up. But I know the general picture. I can look up the details when I really need them. So all of these, this is to me all bullshit. This whole thing makes this game not historical. And this is not a game of chess or checkers. This is a game that simulates history. So the only things that this should do, and it may be right in here in 42, for the field guns, make the field guns more effective because they used a different shell that had more powder in it to shoot it further. But this should all be the same through, because they started the war with super heavy guns, field guns. They started the war with all of these things. They really didn't add more to divisions. This thing was mostly, maybe not 100%, but mostly never issued to divisions. It was a core asset, meaning they had a bunch, and it would have Schwer, or whatever, because I know this is a Schwer heavy field howitzer is what that stands for. Lich, light field howitzer. These are field howitzers. These are what are mostly in divisions. The 50, okay, maybe the 150 millimeter or 15 centimeter maybe, but definitely they also had 170 millimeter gun at the beginning of the war, at the beginning of this time period. Now, that for sure was only a core asset. So they would have, a spare artillery, not field, but a spare artillery Abteilung. I'm probably getting this mostly right, but somewhat wrong, out there. And that would be like assigned to a corps. And that corps could say, oh, all your guns, you support this division today, and next week, half of your guns support this division and half of your guns support this other division. Moving it around as, within the corps as necessary. And maybe sometimes that's pulled away from one corps and sent over and attached to another corps. So this would be a core asset. This game doesn't want to, and I understand about micromanaging, and there was definitely talk about having some of these kind of things that were sort of built and sort of not like a unit on the map in Hearts of Iron 4, but kind of you would add it to a core, again, just talk, not really thing. You'd add it to sort of like a core or army group thing, and then that would just sort of translate effects to the actual divisions, give it a bonus or something. But so I would, as you can tell, I would get rid of a lot of this. Now, definitely this happened. As armor got heavier, the anti-tank guns got heavier. So there is some of this going on in World War II, progression, more power, as the war goes on. So this is not wrong. This is wrong. So you need to sort of look at that and how the war functions. Motorization levels are more important. You look at France, who basically has no motorized divisions at the start of the war. Divisions. The first armored division, which is a fully motorized division, shows up with de Gaulle in 1940, and at the Battle of Arras that he's fighting with the first French armored division to be created. I don't remember his division name. And it isn't even fully stood up yet, that he's counterattacking there against the Germans. So it's not even a fully trained up, he doesn't have all the units of the division even under his command at that time, and he's throwing it into battle in 1940. That's how late France is coming to it. France is mostly, now they'll have a motorized regiment, they'll have a, motorized battalion. Those regiments or battalion may be independent. That would sort of like, 2 or 3 independent regiments, we'll put them together, not like officially a division, but they're, together as a group and, do a, motorized thrust or counteraction or something like that. Or we'll have, we'll assign, like at a core level, a motorized reconnaissance unit, or, hey, these divisions here will have some motorized elements, like reconnaissance, like some tanks, maybe motorized elements to tow some artillery, but still it's a mixed division. It's not all horses and men walking. It's maybe no horses, maybe just, supply trucks moving around, but mostly men walking, and, so it's a partially motorized division. So motorization is more important for combat effectiveness, in the war. And a lot of the stuff, a Panzer II or a 38T that's been later, or made as, with a Pak 40 on it, is more mobile than a towed Pak 40, most assuredly. But sometimes the towed Pak 40, because you can camouflage it and put it in a position, is more effective than a motorized version because it stands up and it's big, at least relatively speaking. And, so it's more important to have these being towed around by trucks than it is to necessarily have them as some sort of, tank destroyer. It depends on what we're talking about, tank destroyers. Stugs are different than, light armor vehicles. So that as you develop through World War II, so you can see, I could develop a game that's computerized that, like I say, for like the command chain and other things, that can be mostly not have to be micromanaged by the player. So the player can make the bigger decisions, make the sort of fun tactical decisions, and leave it a lot up to the AI. But if the player, you're like me, you want to dig part way down into it. Some people want to truly micromanage it, but have that sort of layered thing. I don't know what they're going to do, but knowing Paradox as well as I do, but again, I don't know the current thinking. The guy Podcat who took over from Johans in managing. Once the game was released, he took over from Johans in managing a future. He has left Hearts of Iron 4, and he specifically stated, "I am not working on Hearts of Iron 4." He's working to develop something else for Paradox, some other game. I have no idea what it is. Maybe it's been announced. I don't know. But something else. So he specifically because he knew people would think, oh, he's left Hearts of Iron 4 to do Hearts of Iron 5. I don't know. I'm sure, I don't know, but I'm sure that Hearts of Iron 5 is in their thinking because they see this as one of their core, core games. And whether it's technology has gotten better or player expectation, at some point there will be a Hearts of Iron 5. I don't know if they're going to announce it 3 months from now or 5 years from now. I have no idea beyond, I'm sure it's coming, but I have no idea. So that just hopefully give you some idea of my thoughts on what I would do different. I mean, I could go into a lot more. I'm not going to, but yeah, hopefully it did it. Okay. All the bunch is I kind of wish cities played bigger role. Don't like that most cities are just one tile. Okay, on the tile thing, I think it was the Netherlands. I counted all the provinces in the Netherlands in a base game. I think it was the Netherlands, Netherlands or Belgium, one of these things. All the province in the Hoi 4 game and all the province in Hoi 5. Or no, Hoi 3. Hoi 3 and Hoi 4. They went down to approximately half the number of provinces. I think that there's multiple issues. One of them, I think, is the bad AIs, meaning fewer provinces, easier for the AI to defend. Part of it, I do think it was the desire to make this, and I do still sort of consider this game EU 20th century. You don't need all these damn provinces because there was no real war down here, okay? Yeah, there were some bases that flew some airplanes and some patrol ships, patrolling the war, but they want to make this a universal game. So they've added, and I did count down one of these countries, I forget it was, they've added more provinces down here to make this more potentially playable. So if you wanted to play out a Argentine versus Brazil war, and that's your World War II. Well, the rest of the World War II may be going on, but you're, playing down here, you'll have a better time. So I do know that because I know from the Black Ice Hearts of Iron 3 people, there is a hard-coded max limit of provinces. So if they've wanted to add a province somewhere, they've had to steal a province from someplace else. And part of that is just coding, but part of it is also, again, goes back to that AI and thinking things. The more provinces you have in the game, the more compute power you need in your machine. Now, the compute power today versus the compute power when Hoi 3 was initially launched is a lot more on the average, average machine. So, those kind of things. Now, so the scale of certain urban areas, I don't think these should be any bigger if you're going to do this. Now, if you're going to divide up more smaller provinces and you have big metropolitan areas, maybe more like Paris, but I would have to see. Depends on how small your provinces get. And there was a lot of talk with this that with this game, you're sort of kind of supposed to be Churchill, Hitler, Stalin, FDR, we'll call him Tojo or whatever. And you can look at like Churchill was, periodically, poking commanders to attack or whatever, trying to interfere with things. Hitler obviously was doing that a lot. So you're supposed to sort of draw the big battle plans and then just sort of let them see how they go. And if they failed, or if they succeeded, then draw new, success or failure, you draw new ones. And sort of stand back and watch this game play out. That's sort of kind of their sort of design concept. And I don't like that so much. I want to get down and micromanage. So, yeah, and so they really wanted sort of the Division. well, the whole thing, to be the smallest unit. Where, in Hearts of Iron 3, you can have an individual battalion sitting on the front line. And so, you know, if you're defending the Netherlands, again, they don't have an AI that is smart enough, dynamic enough to go, oh, well, let's have, a defensive line here, these 4 provinces. No, it's always going to go and try to defend and then have a big open spot because there's not enough divisions. And so you need a game that you can have like a battalion, or Eben Amal, that they did through the parachute and, well, no, glider landing, airborne, take that fortress out. But that fortress, had they not taken it out, might have been a real speed bump for German advances into Belgium. Wouldn't have stopped the advances, and there were other fortresses around too, but would have been enough to allow the Belgians to mobilize, to allow the French and or the British to move up and hold the line, had it been a few days to fight through it, or a week or more. So yeah, if you have a game that you could even have truly static divisions that cannot move, so the AI cannot F them up. But if you had an AI again with battle plans that then could go, oh hey man, I could hold in these city provinces better than I can hold in this forest province. So I'm gonna defend these 3 urban provinces and say fuck this rest of this territory. There may be a few useful factories here, but I can't defend them. And I would rather just, do the sort of urban fighting here. You're absolutely right. It could be done, especially if you're scaling it down some more. But you really sort of have to do that. Okay, yes, Arno's left because he has to get some sleep. Yeah, communicating devs and expressing interest in playtest disabling. Yes. Lady Punch, do you think there should be more slots for support equipment? Okay. I am at some stage, if I really get serious about playing this again, I'm going to buy a few more of their DLCs. Not necessarily all of them. The ones that just add flavor, national trees to South America, better one. I don't care about that. I don't really care about that. And for a long time, the way I got to peace, again, through my history of Hoi 4, was at some point I gave up caring about this kind of shit at all. I gave up caring about it at all because I knew I wasn't going to like what they did. Okay, I knew I wasn't going to like it. What I cared about were the features that could be modded, like this, but modded. One time, early on, it's no longer it may still technically be downloadable, but it's no longer functional. I came up with a very good national focus tree for Germany. Very good one. Probably, I would say, better than this one. Maybe not more things, but a better focused national focus tree for Germany. And for some of these things, you couldn't rush because they would have a date attached. Like if I didn't want you to get to this until 1939, it would have, say, conditions, blah, blah, blah. Like you see the conditions, blah, blah, blah. One of them be a date. So you could maybe push down some of these ahead of other, you did have some ability to push hard on something, but mostly it's just, certain limitations, certain historical dates, and as well as certain kind of can't do this until other conditions exist. It include like control. You can't do something until you controlled the Bohemia or whatever. And so I really didn't care about this because you look at Black Ice or something like that modded in. I don't know how much, not the most casual player, but how much the average player who actually plays the game, not just somebody who buys it, plays it for 20 or 30 hours, and then goes on to something else. Either because one of two things. One, for some reason they don't like the game. Either they're a hardcore war gamer, and especially in the early days of this, it's not good enough for them. Or two, it's too complicated for them. They're a casual player of war games. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with being a casual war player, war game player. It's just, that's what you are. You want something to, after your day or whatever, you want something to get in and play, and you don't want a shooter of some sort, whether first person or tank or aircraft game. You're looking for, something of a strategy game, but you're not looking to dig into it too much. But I'm talking about somebody who wants to play this game for a few hundred hours to play the game. I really don't necessarily have a good judge, and I'd have to start looking again at numbers of mods. And I know they can sort of track what some of the mods that are actually being played, not just that you've, put into your selection, but actually playing, how detailed things like, types of support equipment, radios, whatever, and how much you should need to build those kind of things. So yeah, I don't have a good answer to that. That's why I like mods that add more tech to vanilla game, or even expand upon with difficulty or different branches with light, heavy artillery. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's what, and that's again when I was interacting with the people, I was pushing for things to be able to be modded. So instead of arguing over, what aircraft's values, this is too effective or not effective enough. And there were definitely, because, playtesting, because they're trying to make a base game that worked well, and they're not wrong to do that. But I was like, I don't care anymore. I'm going to worry about what can be modded. If it's something I'm concerned enough with, because I'm sort of a history guy, obviously, trying to make a good, national focus tree. That's where my thing was. I was hoping, tank guys would develop good tank models, aircraft guys would develop good aircraft models. Maybe they would come together in something like a Black Ice or Total War or whatever, sort of joint game, joint larger crew together to mod it. So I gave up worrying about the stats for a political leader or tank or whatever. It's just the features of the game, and that needs to be, I think, better handled by Paradox. I think they can look at a game, and including with the idea of, and announce this out, that there is a possibility that if you build a good enough mod and are willing to work with them, that mod could become a DLC, including an outside DLC, meaning that it's something that is sold. So that if I worked with, say, one other person or 10 other people, and whatever sort of contractual agreement we had, that then through Paradox, we could sell it. Now, Paradox would get a cut. We would have some sort of contract worked out to however divide it up, whatever it is. Now, it might be if I was making my mod and was going to try to turn it into a DLC, I might own the whole thing, but, of the player side, but maybe with a few people contracted. Well, of all the sales we get through Paradox of this thing, version whatever, you'll get a percentage of. Now, maybe version 2 will be enough changed and you didn't work on it that you won't get anything. But, have some kind of thing, and version 2 would be a different, for sale thing. So that way people could have a financial incentive, but it could also be a vetting process. Meaning, hey, these guys have done a good job on this Kaiserreich mod. This is a total conversion, in that they may be using the same map because they're still playing in physical same reality, but it's a new, very different world, and we'll let them we'll recognize someone or some individuals as the owners, whether they pay per hour, pay once, or give a percentage, whatever it is. Let them work it out. They can sue each other or whatever, but we'll take a percent, whatever it is, whether it's half or 5% or whatever it's negotiated, and they could then sell Kaiserreich to the public. Now, the big problem that Paradox is smart enough to realize that is, as the game evolves, old DLCs don't necessarily evolve alongside, don't, because there either isn't enough money or the developer or developers don't have the time or interest to continue to chase the changes, so the DLC is no longer effective. But that could still be handled and say, because this is outside DLC, it's worked with this version of the game. And I know there is technical issues with Steam, but you could sort of have a few legacy locked-in versions to play something like Kaiserreich, because it's no longer being developed, but it's still a good game. It's based on, XYZ version engine, and it'll work. So that's the kind of thing. Okay, guys, I want to thank everyone. Holiday Punch, Tubies, Arno, I know who is left by now, Lum, if you're still around, Exergen. I know a lot of you Europeans go to sleep long before now, but I just started late, so I went and did stuff in the morning. Adam, I'm sure I'm forgetting Viva. I'm not forgetting Viva. I'm just going up. Folks, others, right, Rich, whoever. I'm sorry if I'm forgetting you. Thanks for hanging out with me. I will be back tomorrow more at the normal time for War Thunder, hopefully with Arno and a few other people. We haven't kept them up too late. Maybe Lum will even decide to play. I don't know. He's actually a pretty good player if he'll play. But so we'll be playing some War Thunder tomorrow. Hopefully you'll join me then. And I am playing a couple of streams for Slithering next week. One, I think, Monday, and I think the other one is on Thursday. I have to look that up. But yeah, I'll be... You can look up the schedule over on Slithering TV on Twitch if you want to see. I know I put in the games and when I was going to be playing earlier this month. So you want to see catch me then. Talking about history and playing Slithering Matrix games. It's basically that stuff. So thank you, Al. See you next time. Have a good day or evening.